which teams they have beat in the past. Though Team Spirit Academy, they are a consistent tier 3 team. Like, they're not considered this bad to be stumped 4-14 like this, but I don't know. I feel like if they were a little bit more, because late game wise they should actually be fine with a Doom and a Spectre. But late game against Drow, Night Stalker, like everybody of the cores, like all teams have really good cores, and Bane scales insanely well into the late game, Jakiro scales insanely well into the late game. I really feel like the late game advantage should still ever so slightly go to Hive. Just because Clockwork is the one hero in this game that does not scale that well late into the late game. The one thing that he does offer really late into the game is a Rocket Flare. And I'm not saying the ultimate is strong or whatever, but everything else just doesn't scale. Spark. At this rate, he will never get to see the mid game, let alone the late game. In terms of itemization. So that's another death on him, that's another death on HYDRA. Way goes down, Night Stalker goes down. I'm really missing the Pucky Yules here, because I don't mean to criticize too much. This is something I had to learn myself really hard, and 86 is a way better player than me that I should probably pay for some puck coaching to get me out of the hard stuck 2.5 to 3k MMR bracket. Because yes, I'm a caster, I got to be low MMR, I know the theory, in practice I cannot press my buttons for shit and miss half my Manta dodges. Spectre. Absolutely obliterated. Fiend's Grip comes out to at least secure 1 kill, but that still just makes the 1 for 2. Because of how fat Bune is. But I don't think it's the Stro hero, because I've seen the Stro with all of these meta items lose a lot of games, and especially against the Doom be pretty hard countered.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sky, embrace us.
Ooh, with Tormentor? It's looking a little bit bolder than it should be, but Jakiro, he will tank just barely enough for them to get away with 3-man Tormentor. There is some Lotuses. More importantly, that makes it to a 12-man gold lead, though. If you're far enough ahead that you already have a 10k gold lead, and then you do the flex move, because ever since the Tormentor has been made stronger, doing it with only 3 heroes is a big flex move. It requires some actual skill, as you saw there. Hive are feeling better than ever. There's still only one really big objective to be contested, other than just trying to tower push and, you know, kind of end the game.
Dire are scanning.
We're gonna see the Clockwork obliterated. After a clean little bait from Hive. At least everybody else gets out of there. Kind of making sure to instead get away from the triangle, because the triangle is really obviously gonna be taken here. 86 though, it's usually a guy that I really enjoy casting, because he's a really consistent player and a really good playmaker. But 2 heroes with a silence and him being on a Puck just doesn't add up, even if Puck is supposed to be one of his best heroes, because he used the phase shift to dodge one of the silences, and then the other silence immediately comes out to punish him instead. Roshan
Has fallen to the
also goes down. And that's all the big objectives. Free game for hype for the next 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Radiant are scanning.
And while Team Spirit Academy will take over the triangle, hoping to spot a support going into their jungle to ward maybe, but even that won't happen. We can see Hive instead. Be aggressive once more. Man, this is gonna be yet another one of those real fast zones. They need to stop it extremely fast, otherwise.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I restore my connection to the void.
Drow. Melting through the towers like they're butter.
Radiant's
Absolutely
bottom
no
tower
possible
is under
response from
attack.
Team Spirit Academy right now. Team Spirit
Radiant
Academy,
structures
they're
are
just
fortified.
hoping to get Spectre at least the Radiance before the next team fight. Even if it costs them a tower or two, because realistically you can only defend around your high ground, but Doom will die for that. And so will the bottom tier 2
Radiant's
tower.
bottom tower is under attack.
As Drow Ranger just basically solos it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bune is going to be able to turn that into getting that Shadow Blade / Silver Edge.
Agents of the void.
But there's a Spectre ultimate. We finally get some action once again.
Radiant's bottom tower
Where are they haunting over towards the top lane? Where Void Spirit will go down for that. And they did see Drow Ranger come on in, but I do think everybody should be able to get away just barely. If that was a crit shot from the Drow Ranger, because those connect slightly faster than regular shots, that would have guaranteed me a kill. Both because then the damage would have guaranteed been in range, but also because, again, mischance is not an issue with that.
I'll take that.
Three-man smoke. As Night Stalker, the one that's gonna break the smoke, and you do not want to focus the enemy tank. The enemy tank wants to focus you. Down goes Wei. At least rather Wei than anyone else. One of the reasons why Bane is so popular. He can slow people down and punish them
Radiant's top
extremely
tower
freaking
is
hard.
under attack.
Uh-oh. Puck also almost dying. Has a BKB active. He's gonna try to use that for the turnaround, but against the Drow, BKB is not gonna protect him. Drow Ranger, however, caught for the first time, and that's the Aegis. Not the greatest of trades, but maybe they can turn this into some kind of team fight at least. As that's gonna be Bane. Also obliterated. I don't think so though.
Radiant's top
It looked good for just a split second, then HYDRA died, and Wei immediately followed up. As the tier 2 tower dies just as easily, and nobody, absolutely nobody can stop Bune with one of the coolest Drow immortals, with that Mask of Madness that actually gives Drow a full set of madness animations.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Mid tier 2 will also get destroyed. And with that, it's only the tier 3s and the high ground push left. But this is also the kind of game where the longer it goes, the stronger Drow's gonna get, and the Drow Ranger's only gonna have a better time. Three-man smoke. Trying to once again set something up. Hive, they're never letting go of the tempo. The moment that there's a bit of breathing room and somebody dares to hit jungle creeps, this is gonna happen. And they'll just open up on them. In this case, it's a Clockwork, which once again is one of the more expendable heroes here. And support for a reason, but... Well, Hive, they aren't even trying that hard anymore. That kill was not clean at all. They're just trying to run people down and get themselves a long-term advantage for just a little while extra.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Drow is just gonna start hitting the tower, but immediately Spectre and Doom will be on top of her. Bune starts walking back, starts dream carding himself, will immediately defeat the hero, ult and Doom for that, but still alive. Drow is just gonna calmly walk back. Well, she lets her team handle it. Fiend's Grip to try and interrupt while Puck is still chasing after Drow, but Widespread immediately makes sure that he cannot catch the Drow Ranger. At 86, skilled or not, he cannot do anything with that. Drow, not even afraid of being seen at 300 health, is gonna walk back in again. Yun just gets a support to tank for him. His health per second and mana per second are actually really good thanks to the Manta style and the Hurricane Pike though. Spectre meanwhile with the Radiance and the Manta style. That's gonna be Void Spirit killed off by Kazeki. Making sure to secure the kill with the Shadow Step. It's at least one actual big core kill, because that's worth over 1,000 gold already. Win rate wise though, as you can see, very hard game. One thing that is good is Doom got himself that Congregation of the Deep, so he has the mini Titan to ultimate. Drow Ranger, however, gets found, and Doom manages to jump past her, not getting caught in the silence. Now being able to run down the Drow once again, making really good use of the BKB, so nobody can stop him from doing so. The moment Drow Ranger is caught and the BKB wears off, she turns around and tries to kill off Doom, but will not be able to do it as he calmly teleports out. But even though they're taking the fights extremely skillfully, Team Spirit Academy, they're still suffering from the laning stage. Because everybody is rich, right? Like, the core difference is on all 3 lanes. It's not just 1 lane or 2 lanes that they could have easily caught back up to by focusing on that 1 or 2 lanes and giving them more comeback potential. Absolutely obliterated there. If even the Doom gets forced in a position where he can't even press any of his buttons, that's definitely rough. Clockwork. Annihilated, as is Kazeki. Ooh. Wave. caves, but then found by them eating the nightmare once again, and that's a double kill for the drone instead. There is some small fun interactions like that happening, but that's the most we get out of this game, I'm afraid. Because even though we can see that there is responses, right, there's split-second interactions like that, the skill level isn't the issue for Team Spirit Academy. Both the draft and the laning stage absolutely are.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And Bune
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
is gonna start hitting towers this time around. He was 100% ready for the Doom. Doom, though, will grab the Night Stalker instead as Night Stalker. He's the tank, that's his job. And Puck goes down for it. Well, Night Stalker almost survived the Doom, and then he can just snack on creeps to heal back up again. No issue to him whatsoever. So he gets himself a Sacred Relic for a Nullifier. Not like they need it, but may as well get an Aegis as well, you know. Win this in the most devastating fashion possible, as out comes a 4-man smoke. Because I do think Team Spirit Academy know if another Aegis goes through the Drow Ranger, this is gonna be over, but even just Void Spirit and Techies are so good at competing against the entire enemy team for contesting their own high ground. Drow got Roshan. A bit of pocket change for everyone.
Dire are scanning.
And boom! Pop goes the Tormentor. Just to add a little bit more free money to the 26,000 gold lead.
Silence afflicts thee.
And I do think if Team Spirit Academy could see the gold difference, they would probably already be tapped out, but in their mind it's 11 to 37, and if they catch the Drow 1 or 2 more times, they can definitely always get a comeback. Because in theory, that is how Drow Ranger drafts work, right? Where killing the Drow at the start of every team fight is literally all you need to do every single time, and then you come back into the game on your own, basically. Without doing anything else differently than how you would regularly play, even if the Drow outskills you or whatever. Problem is, it's not just the Drow, it's kind of everyone as a combo. Nightstalker got baited into pressing a real aggressive BKB. But Drow immediately forces Doom to press his defensively.
Fills me with nothingness.
And with that Aegis, Bune has nothing that he's afraid of. Well, we're gonna see Doom just carefully clear one camp. Because everybody knows his BKB is down. And Bune, he's got an Aegis. There's actually no real better moment to high ground push, but he does kind of need to wait for his teammates to at least be there. So he doesn't get punished if he does get jumped. I wish Drow Ranger had a cool little like song and dance, robot dance or whatever effect like that. And Puck. Ooh. Lived for a split second longer, but not like that's gonna be any major consolation. Because they're once more at the gate of these very Radiants. A push is starting to gather itself.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Top tier 3 gets taken down.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
One lane of Rex is taken to the Drow Ranger, who got a minute and 10 seconds to potentially get more out of that Aegis still, but this is already a plenty good trade. Second tier 3 now also being hit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bune. He's gonna use the Aegis reclaim for a full refresh, and then he's also gonna have the Satanic, so whenever he's out of health, he can press the Satanic as an active instead, keep himself in the team fight significantly longer, and regen up that way. Whereas on bottom, Abyssal Blade is gonna be put together for the Night Stalker.
Dire are scanning.
Mid tier 3. The next lucrative objective. That's gonna send our Drow to it.
Arcane power.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is
As there was an attempt at initiation from the text, but immediately countered by a Night Stalker ultimate being pressed. Doom and Spectre, however, go in, and so will the puck. 3 BKBs active for all that time in addition. Now that the BKBs are wearing off, though, it's Doom who needs to be worried about his life, even if he did get the techies. Or especially because he did take the techies, but it's Night Stalker who will, by the end of that, get a nice little cleanup.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Just impossible to deal with for Tokay. And yeah, it wasn't really really an interesting game. It was kind of obvious who was gonna win from 10 to 12 minutes into this. Because Drow Ranger at 5 minutes is already like 1,500 gold above everybody else. That's just how insanely, ridiculously Bune got here.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
And in comes another initiation. Doom trying to get anything done there, but nope. Puck still trying to survive, but will be caught himself. Gets killed off as well, and so will his Clockwork. Clockwork does have a buyback at least, but I don't think it will matter now that there's Megas. And there's the GGs in chat immediately after. As Team Spirit Academy, they gotta acknowledge that they are just not up to the challenge here. Insane draft, insane execution, insane gameplay by Hive. Hive 2, super duper strong, and well, this wasn't a consistency or skill issue. This was mostly a draft issue, I think. But also not running down the Drow Ranger often enough is kind of a skill issue, right? Because imagine if they would have killed this Drow.
remaining.
Alright, hello and welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen.
Dire team
As my
ban.
cat is being a little annoying bastard, trying to attack my gaming peripherals, we got ourselves the next draft going on in what looks like a pretty one-sided series, because Hive going into this, they're already the fan favorite.
10 seconds. remaining.
Now they gotta go up against Team Spirit Academy once again. And Team Spirit Academy, I like their first pick for one particular reason, because this game it's gonna be a very definitive answer on is it the skill issue or is it the Drow issue. Because Drow is kinda broken this patch. A very broken hero as a matter of fact.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Bad Rider taken away. Queen of Pain taken away.
Seconds remaining.
Bad Rider I like as a band, because with the Drow you have enough consistent damage, especially in the physical department. Armor is never going to be an issue. You already got a Centaur, which is an insane synergy both with the Drow, but also with the Bad Rider. So thinking of that as a ban is really good, because as a pick it would have been so insanely strong. Sniper.
Remaining.
The next ban to be made here.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, my cat is trying to fight my headset off. Also, I'm gonna mute those background noises. Give me a second. Never get a little cat bastard. And if you do, make sure you actually raise them right.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining.
Team Spirit Academy.
5
With the
seconds
Drow
remaining.
draft, a pretty mainstream one. 2 defensive supports, a Centaur and a Bane. I mean, like, Bane plus Drow is not just a defensive support, but you know, Bane plus Drow is a combo on its own. It's looking really solid, and I actually think Team Spirit have a slightly better draft, because there's 2 super high armor heroes that you can easily melt through with the Drow Ranger. Team Spirit Academy, however, 40 seconds, plenty of time for the
Radiant team
reserve pick. What are they gonna go with? Ooh. If this draft can get Team Spirit Academy game number 3, then this is 100% a skill issue on their part, and Hive are just the straight up better team. Because Drow counters Wind Ranger, you got a Necrophos which counters the 2 tanky heroes, Armor is not gonna be a concern, Sustain isn't really gonna be much of a concern. I don't know, this is the perfect, like actually perfect draft for what they're trying to do here. I really like it. I know it feels a bit 2020 or whatever, but that's for a good reason, right? Because if heroes were good together then they're probably good together now.
You may now select your heroes.
But the last pick is gonna be an Invoker for Casta, which is nice enough. I actually do really like that against the Necrophos. And to synergize with Bune, because Alacrity, even though the attack speed you don't really need on a Wind Ranger, the attack damage is still really, really nice on her. Also, I gotta yeet my little cat away, because for some reason she's obsessed with attacking my bare feet. I'm sorry if I seem a bit distracted. It's hot, so I'm not wearing socks, because I'm sweating like hell already. But then my cat, the moment that I wiggle my toe once, is just gonna bite at full force, and it hurts like hell. Alright, cat yeeted. And there's a little bit more to say about the draft, mainly that Hive, even though They are way too reliant on tanky heroes and may get punished for that. They do have an insane amount of momentum once again.
You've a mind like a child.
There's my favorite voice line again. You've a mind like a child. That was costly. Yes, the voice lines are coming out.
Throughout the eons, I have been known by many names, but my true name of power is Carl.
You've a mind like a child.
The smoke not gonna find a first blood, but guess where the Radiant smoke is? They're not looking for a first blood, though they may try to get one on the carry if they just want to, you know, leave 3 heroes sitting around here. They're mostly headed here for a little bit of aggressive and warding and de-warding, because one ward they put on the mid lane. The other one is gonna give as much vision as you can get value out of one ward, pretty much.
The battle begins.
Kazeki just wants to get to the lane in one piece. Is anyone gonna try to aggressively dive him? Kuropatic is gonna try to mess with his lane equilibrium. Ooh, that's actually nice. I like that play. I really like that play. Because he deals minimal damage to the creep wave while delaying Drow Ranger's reinforcements a ton. And they will tip Clockwork for that. Because, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, well, this may be another 2-0 stump. If that is the case, then that's because Hive are running some kind of next level strat. Because this tech I know of. But look at the positioning. Clockwork gets himself a free courier. Wind Ranger already teleporting in because they want a first blood against this Drow Ranger so badly. They know what happens if that Drow Ranger gets fat, because last game they were the ones with the fat Drow Ranger. So this time around they just commit 4 heroes to kill a single Drow, and they feel really good about that because of how fast Drow snowballs and how hard she can carry. Drow starts bullying the crap out of Hotoke. Kuropatic meanwhile being annoying with the Cox. Getting both his Cox and the courier killed though, so he ends up just feeding some gold by having just a little bit to try and make Wind Ranger free farm. Whereas Casta also just straight up not having a good time. Rocket on! But Centaur, like, this is the perfect game for K as far as the matchup goes as well. Because Wind Ranger, as you can see, can do nothing against him, and once you have a few points in the retaliate, even her ultimate just cannot kill you because Wind Ranger dies faster than the Centaur does. Voice is also great, whatever that was. It was disgusting as he kills Necrophos. Kinda sad that voice lines interrupt each other so often. But 2-0 in favor of Team Hive is not great, because I want a game number 3. I live for those game number 3s.
Dire are scanning.
And another Cox to save Karopatit. Trying to burn a little bit more mana, but Grimstroke he already has none. Then we'll press the stick immediately after. But Hive's safe lane is not going great, and knowing that, and seeing the Centaur make it even worse by diving the tower, they bring in Raragoth to try and get him, but the time the beast was off the mark. So even though these impalement arts are a really good counter, Sunstrike will need to finish the job, while Grimstroke now fighting it up against the Ringmaster, but not just against the Ringmaster, he has got a lot of reinforcements. Power shots from Bune though, oof. They're all rough. Like, I've not seen him do well with the power shot yet. And I don't think Bune plays that much Wind Range, honestly. He's a great carry player, but Wind Range is kind of one of his not main picks, right? Something that he wouldn't usually pick.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bounty.
Thrice is nice.
Wind Ranger now set up on by 3. It took them a while to set that up, but they snuck around here, just kind of keeping still and not showing anyone. It will, however, not be enough, as Wind Ranger also had both of her supports with her, and both of her supports are getting a good amount of experience to work with right now. That they can immediately put into defending the hard carry. So still a 1k gold lead for Team Spirit Academy, and Team Spirit Academy, they may very well be able to snowball this Necrophos of their own, because you can see Necrophos catching up. Invoker really rich, but he's 2-0, so that's kind of to be expected. Kizeki also really rich though.
I see.
And that's where we start running into issues.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Death is upon me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
At least Wind Ranger knows how to use the power shot really well to farm, because that was pretty tactical. But I'm not sure if they can get HYDRA. They will bring in Grimstroke, but he walks the wrong way for the Sunstrike. Pune gets turned on, but Invoker, he's like, okay guys, I missed my Sunstrike. You know what? I'll make up for it with a quick teleport, but guess what? Reaper Scythe. Just on as a support, however, not the low health Wind Ranger that Necrophos actually really wanted there. Wind Ranger has been hit by an urn, needs to desperately get back, however. Nice shackle shot, power shot just to get out of there faster. Bune, can he somehow escape? I don't think so. HYDRA goes down to Invoker, so Hive are still doing real good on their mid laner, but they will eventually lose their carry. Bune, the Dukes were nice, like the attempt to escape, actually very valiant. But I love this Necrovos, he just drops the like Reaper scythe, it gets you a stack instantly.
Dire's middle tower is
That
under attack.
was costly. You played me long enough.
86. Gets a nice kill onto the Axe, their second Reaper scythe.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Available in 40 seconds. I'm not sure how he did that without it, but
Whispers of your wind grow faint, Ranger.
3 people under the bottom tower that Bune accidentally runs into. So same as they tried before with the 3-man surround, but this time around Bune ran right into it and they had the free surround. However, 86 on the Necrophos will go down. Rare God's real happy with that kill. Invoker real happy with just stopping this Necrophos in his tracks because of how well that hero can snowball and scale into the late game. As for Hotoke, we haven't really talked about Hotoke, but he's an Axe, so he has a lot of farming speed and is currently waiting for that to really factor in and kick in. Ooh. HYDRA, low health but perfectly dodging everything, setting up the heal for the Necrophos and just kind of staying behind, ready for more. Love these aggressive support players. As there's Centaur ultimate to catch the clockwork the moment that they do corrupt, but it's just gonna get Reaper scythed, double edged, and that's like half of self will being taken just there.
Dire's top tower is under
Rare Gods. Also kiting this for a long while.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Drow is on top of net worth, which once again is not supposed to happen. So ladies and gentlemen, this is an amazing start for Team Spirit Academy. I think the win rate is inclined to agree with me, which they have to turn around quickly on the side of Hive. They're trying to find a good initiation. They almost had it, but the Cox end up body blocking the X and X. Without a blink, they cannot get an amazing call there onto multiple people. Kill Kizeki instead, I guess, because Kizeki is still free farming, but you gotta do something always. Clockwork. Making sure that he just kind of hangs out with Bune, because Bune, 0 and 3, he has had a very rough game, and again, part of that is honestly that he's not that good with the power shots on his part. Michael in the chat like kitty attack. Not funny. I do not like my toes being bit. Then again, from what I'm told, all cats are autists that hate any form of change. As we are gonna see Ringmaster.
Yes.
Gets the hell out of there.
Dire are scanning.
And a pause.
Mind like a child.
You've a mind like a child. As once again, it's a very slow and methodical game, but the sides, as far as the draft goes, are completely reversed, because this time around Team Spirit Academy are the ones who benefit a lot from slowing down the game, and slowing down the game a lot is what they've been doing. So they not only have a massive gold lead already, but they have a Drow who's leading it. And a Necrophos is kind of that second hero to also come online, to also start snowballing. And with that, I will do a little item check for you, because there may be something really unexpected that we missed. But not really, other than the Necrophos rushing a Spirit Vessel, which a lot of mid laners do, so I don't mind 86 doing it on mid. It's been doing work for them, killing off this axe and helping against Wind Ranger. But I guess I'll shut up while technical issues are being fixed. As at least, like, it's not gonna get as bad as yesterday. I know that even if there's a third game to this series, it's not gonna get as bad as yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, so I don't mind a little bit of pausing. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there's the unpause. Hopefully everything is fixed, as immediately on mid lane the fight is gonna break out once again. This time around it is gonna be Hive trying to kill off HYDRA though. And it's just support, but even the support right now is good. It's just not gonna do anything about Kiseki being top of net worth yet. So the Drow kill is what I'm really waiting for.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Drow going for the first item, Hurricane Pike. So apparently there was a time where everybody built the Hydra's Breath on Drow Ranger, but now everybody's pivoting back into the Hurricane Pike. I personally always favored the Hurricane Pike, but I remember people in pubs telling me it's bad and I need to build like Hydra's Breath instead and stuff. And I mean, I guess if you get a Blink Dagger or whatever, you can always replace your Hurricane Pike with a Hydra's Breath for the extra attack range and then have the mobility via the Blink Dagger. But you generally don't want to build the Blink Dagger early enough, and that's why I think people still build it. Womp womp. Rare gods. Again, Kiseki is fat. You need to kill this Drow, not give her more kills. But the moment you run into this Drow range, that's what's to be expected of any one lone hero. Like, even Axe at this point, even though he's with a tank and got a Blade Mail. Okay, he's got a Blade Mail, so actually, maybe he wouldn't die from running into the Drow Ranger. But he can run into the Drow Ranger, and he still has to be scared for his life, because he can press Blade Mail and walk away, but if the Blade Mail ends, then he's still gotta be scared.
Are fortified. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
A fine adjustment.
Surprisingly enough, Wei is not even that poor for support. He's looking for a decently timed Aeon Lens, but as I'm saying that, Wind Ranger comes in wanting to punish Bane, but not having the damage by any means. Instead, 86 gets himself a double kill onto Hotoke and Corrupted. And we're gonna see the Grimstroke tick out in the back lines, while Necrophos is still being kited, but Casta, he dies for that, and with that Team Spirit Academy, they're only looking stronger. Every team fight that passes, 10% chance of a comeback. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. I'd say 20 to 25, but it's like 70 to 30. Nah, let's say Let's say 80-20. It's 80-20 at 16 minutes once again. These games, with the Drow Ranger, if Drow is involved and actually gets fed, they look so stumpy. It can get turned around, mind you, if they deal with the Drow, if Drow gets caught out of position too hard. Hive.
The turtle wins.
Dire are scanning.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I was afraid this would happen. Wind Rangers, he was farming in a pretty dangerous spot there, and Bune. He forces the Reaper side, but I don't think Necrophos minds getting more permanent HP regen and mana regen to carry into the late game with him. Just to get that little bit of extra scaling going.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Invoker. Gone on, jump with a hook shot. Tornado, but a very nice two-man leash up. Leashing Invoker and Clockwork together. Oof. Casta almost got away from there. I should just not mention players by name, because the moment I do, I cast as curse them. But, well, for the Wind Ranger, it doesn't really make a difference, because again, Drow Ranger, perfect hard counter to the Wind Ranger. Honestly, if they lose this, they deserve it for having counterpicked themselves. Hive, they may have looked so strong with the last draft that they could play absolutely flawlessly and managed to facilitate a stump, but this time around, the second team fight where I see Wind Ranger do really well, get a perfect position, and then Drow gets 2 ultimate procs and Wind Ranger dies, right? Jumped beautifully, Kiseki. He's very fat and worth an incredible amount of gold. If they can actually bring him down here, it would be so impressive. But Axe will not have the damage, as instead a very nice Fiend script makes sure he is locked up. And if they would have gotten that Drow, just one more slam dunk with the Cunning Blade would have done the trick. It would have been so much combat gold, but like this, the struggle is going to continue for Hive as they try to hunt that Blue Ranger.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And that's gonna be another double for 86. Necrophos pushing the tempo, making more momentum happen. And the team continuously getting double and triple kills, by the way, are the guys with the better late game. So something needs to change fast. And that's gonna be Karabatich killed.
I will commit this to memory.
HYDRA. Ooh, close. Close call, but no cigar. He's gonna live, is not gonna head to top as he was seen there, and is instead just gonna kind of wrap around. Teleport back to the base.
That was costly.
That was costly, Necro will say.
My child.
Well, HYDRA still hits him with the voice lines. Also, one of the reasons why the "youth in mind like a child" voice line is so great. Wind Ranger needs to be careful where she farms.
I'm well oiled.
Radiant are
On bottom lane, Wind Ranger has been showing for way too long, and inevitably that punishment will have to come. Ringmaster tried to save her with an amazing ultimate and an escape act, but the moment that escape act ends, she instantly dies to the remainder of the damage over times. We just saw a corpse fall out of the box.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And her Toge.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kills off K.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Roach with the Drow Aghanims that dies so quickly. Invoker scouts out what is happening. Do they have any means to contest? Because if not, this game may very well be over within the next couple of minutes, but they do! Kuropatic comes in, says thank you for the Aegis, even gets the Roach kill. Which will mean the next Roach is gonna scream with the Radiant attack, funnily enough. But, well, Kuropatic just dies for that. Over on top, his Invoker also goes down, so... Clockwork may be really happy with that trade. I'm not sure how happy the Invoker is. Because, yeah, you're making space for a Wind Ranger, but Wind Ranger is always gonna stay hard counted by the Drow Ranger.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bane. Also absolutely obliterated.
With flair. Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. My damage redoubled.
My damage redoubled, says Drow as she's going for a Silver Edge from the looks of it. A double damage rune, which isn't even double. Also, the reason why she says redoubled, it's like archery terminology being used wrong. I'm sure Dudai must have a better rant about that one than I do, though. As that's gonna be an axe. Saved by the clockwork, but the cataclysm completely off the mark onto anyone, so everybody on the Dire is still basically full health. Clockwork has to be escape acted to be saved, and will be escape acted to be saved, but then still died to the Grimstroke ultimate double Reaper's Hive. Yeah, now this one's over. Go game 3. Necro, 14 health regen in a second, so that's 7 damage a second once he gets his Aghanim Scepter being added just around him. And I know that doesn't sound much, but think about it, that's like more than 10% of a Radiance. And this Grimstroke plus Reaper's Hive combo, it's only really getting warmed up. Told you guys, like, Team Spirit Academy's draft, it's perfect. It's not good, it's freaking perfect. And I do not say that about a lot of drafts.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Mind you, it also wouldn't be perfect against any other lineup, right? Because this lineup on the side of Team Hive, it's super low on magical burst damage. And Necrophos punishes that lack of magical burst damage, Centaur punishes the lack of magical burst damage, and both of them are playing entirely around keeping Kiseki safe, so the Drow Ranger is always gonna have a good game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And another pause, it would seem like. Sadly. Again, not as bad as yesterday, though if there is gonna be a third game, then once again we are gonna be here for a long while. At least this time around, the last best of 3 is gonna be done by base defenders, so it is not gonna be as chaotic as it has been yesterday. Still, you can notice the heat wave is causing lots and lots of tech issues. And then tonight, for those of us in Western Europe, tomorrow night for those of us in Eastern Europe, we are gonna have an insane amount of rainstorms and thunderstorms and everything. But yeah, the next series will start the moment that this one is concluded, so we play back to back. It'll probably have to be delayed by an hour or so. Unless there's some kind of miraculous comeback that Hive can facilitate, which I wouldn't mind either, because it would be kind of hype, but I always want the third game, so I do much prefer Team Spirit kind of closing this one out, giving us game number 3. Because in terms of win rate, in terms of actually trying to fight head on, 4% chance.
Scanning.
Bottom tier 2 is gonna get targeted up next.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's gonna be the bottom tier 2 tower. As with the more map objectives that fall, the harder it's gonna be for Bune to ever farm together a comeback. He needs comeback kills, not comeback farm, and finding those is impossible. Because even supports that leave the base just to place a few wards, just to kind of get that little bit of vision, more often than not end up dying for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Final tier
Radiant's
2
middle
that.
tower has fallen.
Are they gonna try for the tier 3 push immediately or not? Because Drow Ranger with the Silver Edge about to be completed, she is gonna have the damage. But you still die quickly on a squishy little archer hero like that.
Dire are scanning.
That's going to be Necrophos walking in the worst possible scenario. If this will not be enough for the comeback, then I don't know what will. But Necrophos is gonna go down, so at least 86 with all of his healing and all of his aura has been taken out. Hive, they sacrificed the support for that, waited for the support to respawn, and only then could they finally find this initiation. But it was beautiful enough to be worth all of that patience, all of that baiting, and trying so hard just to make the enemy walk where you want them to. Rare Gods kills off HYDRA.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A fine adjustment.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Kazeki may not be able to fight without his Necrophos, but he's just been farming the entire time while his team finally had to go back so well. Yeah, that means both teams are farming for a change. He's still absolutely looking dominant here.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, smoke comes out.
Armor power.
Rare Gods.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
Living life very dangerous. He's just trying to make the game a little bit longer for his team to farm. Hive, they're saying, okay, you know what? We technically should have GG'd out like 5 minutes ago, but instead we're gonna try to make this game last 70 minutes, because at that point everyone is 6 slotted and we just need to force enough mistakes, like that one with the Necrophos just there, in order to come back into it. Roshan. Gets contested. And also Roadman was being attacked by the Dire, so apparently even if Radiant steal the Roshan kill, the team that deals the most damage to it before it goes down is the one that will cause it to roar then. I did not know that. I think I read something that they changed something like that. Let me read the details. Oh no, wait, that's the throw there, it is. Roar of Retribution. Because the Aegis, it should still very much... Oh! Oh, he tried again, and so close, but Kuropatic this time around he will not be able to snatch the Aegis from Kazeki. And yet it looked harder to snatch because I was about to point out how there's people positioned around it for the hookshot this time around, but of course Clockwork doesn't know that, jumps into the Roche pit and dies anyways. Bane destroyed just as easily. Drow gets a card right from the Centaur, but they're not able to capitalize on that combo yet. Well, Wind Ranger is gonna have herself a Daedalus, more right click damage, more pressure. But will it be enough? I don't know.
Dire are scanning.
Joker.
is under attack.
Actually brave enough to push this high ground just to say, come on back. We don't want you to end this yet. Let's go late game. No such luck just yet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oof. No way, Necrophos is perfectly saved. 0 damage from what looks like a Cataclysm that should have been like half of his health pool or more. But nope, right on the frame there.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Drow Ranger gets loaded on into the cart and will be fine. Drow Ranger wants to put up the high ground, but Kazeki himself starting to get a little bit low. Will back off though. And things are looking calm for now, but in comes another attempt to initiate. They know Kazeki has the Aegis, that's why they keep going in and out, because if you get Kazeki to just die once, it would be so huge. But that's why everybody's gonna back off. That's why everybody's just gonna heal Kazeki.
It's not in my nature, but
Dire are scanning.
Ooh, Kazeki. If Kasta had guessed a little bit better, he would be dead the first time right now. But again, that Aegis is gonna be reclaimed in like 50 seconds anyways. Which is why they're so eager to kill Drow Ranger in a bad spot, so that she respawns out of position, because that's really the only way that you can fix it. Ooh, Raragoth, he did not get seen there. Blinks away. And despite that very risky positioning, will be fine. Kropotich. Not so lucky. He dies, will hookshot Kazeki in the face while dying, but eh.
bounty.
Radiant are scanning.
Also, Clockwork now being able to eat infinite chainmails is actually really sick. Maybe I should start playing Clockwork myself just to try funky builds with that. Because I'm thinking Radiance into 20 chainmails, something like that. Well, maybe Kaya. So Radiance, Kaya, 5 chainmails, Sage, 5 chainmails. I don't know. Agonymsis? Do you need Agonymsis or Clockwork that badly? I don't think so. Because everybody nowadays plays Clockwork as like a 5 or a support. I want to play him as like a greedy ass core, right? Bane gets ran down, but will be saved with a little card. However, that means he will be dragged in, but a 2-man Bane ultimate will perfectly be cancelled. However, the perfect cancel will not stop once again all of the Drow Ranger damage after, so 3 people still drop, one of them having to buy back in exchange for just the Bane. That is not a great kill. Great trade, as Bane is like one of the least valuable kills to get. Bune, he would really like to snipe a core. that's gonna be a nice little snipe on the Grimstroke, as long as Wind Ranger actually lives for that, but she will. BKB teleport out used for that though. So everybody else needs to be very careful. Only one lane of Rax down, but this Drow, again, the raid boss, being protected by a 14 and 4, 86 Necrophos. Saying good luck dealing with both of us. As Necro, yeah, he gets harassed, but Drow Ranger's the one they gotta be worried about. 86 gets set up on with the Euls and the Ringmaster combo. Wind Ranger gets a lot of damage on him once again, but they cannot finish him off thanks to the Bloodstone activation. Axe wants to come in and jump the Necrophos, cannot get the Necrophos, cannot even get the Centaur like this. Double edge will mean Axe instead gets put into the Escape Act. And honestly, Ringmaster's talents are so fun. I love all of his talents. Because Impalement Arch Charge is also really good, but debuff immunity while channeling Tame the Beast has also seen play. This game would actually be great, because if you get hit by a gust while you're channeling it, so if you whip in response to Drow trying to cast the gust on you, you can just ignore her silence. Speaking of ignoring magical abilities though, look at Necrophos. Just walking through the meatball.
Radiant are scanning.
There it goes.
That's gonna be once again the Drow Ranger with a split shot, just instantly executing two people at the start of a team fight. Otoke goes down as the third. Clockwork still trying to get out of there. He will succeed. But losing the Wind Ranger for 80 seconds means, again, it's looking like a GG here. Drow Ranger.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Unlike Necrophos, Drow can actually hit towers really well, and Necrophos can just tank them, so that she's never the first one that they can go on. Final tier 3 on the Radiant side of the map dies, and with that, the second lane of Raxus is not gonna be long for this world,
Radiant's top barracks are under
leaving
attack.
only one over on the bottom lane.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
20 seconds till Wind Ranger. But 10 seconds till the Raxus fall at this rate, so Invoker has to come in, make some time, but dies. Buyback is there, but against Megas they don't stand a chance, and Invoker knows it, so he has to use it immediately. Ringmaster throws a wheel, they still have one Rax. This is actually defendable as long as they fully team wipe now. Ha 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 ha. I mean, team wiping in a 4v5, how hard can it be? Maybe actually not that hard, because Drow is down.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Invoker, he realizes how valuable these Rexes are, tries to get them with an illusion, but HYDRA goes down for that, and they still don't have the Rex. 86 dealing massive damage with the Aura and the Reaper Scythe though. Enough to kill off the Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger, she knows this entire game hinges on this one rack. The rack dies, they can't defend against Megas, it's GG. But they killed the Drow Ranger. Now they use the same combo on the Necrophos, and as long as you get a perfect Focus Fire Call combo, then all of these cores can definitely be killed. Because now K, he may not die to Wind Ranger anywhere near as easily, but to the Invoker, he is going to be stun locked up and lose a lot of damage to magical damage as his armor slowly gets melted through. Hive, they want to end this as a 2-0 so bad. It's impressive how hard they're trying and fighting to hold on. From minute 10 even. Because minute 10 is where they started falling behind super fast. Just like what they had done to the Drow Ranger in the last game. Spune is gonna get himself an Aegis.
are scanning.
Grimstroke. Caught by Corrupted. A bit of a Hail Mary initiation will lead to Clockwork going down, and Invoker immediately pressing a BKB just to still die to the Reaper Scythe, even with the BKB active. 2 minutes, no Invoker. Bune, he has an Aegis and he will be able to get out, but he's gonna have to 3v4 this at this rate. Hotoke, though, eats himself a creep wave. He's looking to go for a Shivas from the looks of his itemization. Grimstroke is gonna buy back, making it a 5 versus 3 defense. For one singular barrack, well, at that. So it's gonna be 2.5 waves of super creeps coming in, and one barrack standing between the Radiant and the Megas that will cost him this game inevitably. Bottom melee Rex is dead, and
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. The Dire now have mega creeps. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bane gets himself caught, but again they save the Bane, and Wind Ranger after the save will go down, but has an Aegis. Can they use that Aegis to do enough for it to be worthwhile continuing this game? Anywho, because Hive, again, they're fighting so hard, but they're not reaching anything, because even Wind Ranger with the Wind Run and the BKB that is usually immortal in this state just goes down to Drow, because guess what? Drow Ranger ultimate ignores Wind Ranger evasion, and with that GG's get put in chat. As Bune realizes, okay, no matter how much I do good on this Wind Ranger, I'm always gonna be just that little bit behind. But, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are gonna head to a break rather quickly, because game number 3 is starting, and after that we're gonna have ourselves one more series. There is of course a little bit of an issue if series get moved by 1 hour at the last second, but it's just 1 hour that the series has been moved by. So we're gonna play game number 3 of Team Spirit Academy once again up against Hive. Man, why do I keep forgetting Team's Hive? I'm telling you, it's because I'm so used to Hive having a logo. So then I look up and I'm like, subconsciously, nah, that can't be Hive, because Hive would have the Hive logo. Anywho, with that, we're gonna go to a break. See you all in a second. Game number 3 coming up, as it's a 1-1 for now. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back with you once again for the final game of the second best of 3, before we're gonna kick off the third one for the day, as we got ourselves once more Team Spirit Academy and Hive facing up against each other. And like, their logos are gonna break once we load inset, because both of these teams have really nice logos and it always confuses me when they break, but it's TI season, so at this point we're kind of used to it, right?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
As Team Spirit Academy, Nature's Prophet Slard are pretty decent, but I don't know, like, again, last game was entirely made by a perfect draft, right? Like 5 heroes perfectly synergizing, every 2 heroes having a combo. Here I see some potential, I see a lot of like really scary momentum and initiation, but I don't really see that back and forth. I don't really see that combo potential of like a double Reaper side for something equally big and terrifying in the team fights.
Dire team ban.
Storm Spirit.
That's gonna be a Storm Spirit. I do like Hive's draft better, and even though I'm saying that, I am the world's biggest Tiny core hater, so if Tiny doesn't do well,
10 seconds remaining.
then it is definitely gonna backfire big time.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Underlord gets taken away, Puck banned away as well.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hive, 40 seconds left on their last ban. Let's see what they're gonna go with. "20 seconds remaining.
Radiant team ban.
As the Viper is gonna get banned out.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Viper wouldn't have been bad, but it would have been an Orchid Viper or something of the sort, right? Because with Storm Spirit, you need a good catch, so either Gleipnir or Orchid Viper, both of those work really, really well. As far as the options they could have had here.
Remaining. Radiant team pick.
Hive. Last pick a Doom, so they have very little late game. They're at least gonna get a Doom to get some late game disable going, but it's the Storm that needs to scale, and Doom just needs to have a slightly better game than last, I guess, because last game the Doom was looking really rough, but again, he did play very much based on trying to keep himself in the game. And the last pick, they're keeping us on our toes, making us wait for this final decision of Team Spirit Academy. But Team Spirit Academy, they have a lot of good setup for follow-up picks, so I really hope their second pick is gonna drive it home.
You may now select your heroes.
As it's gonna be an Invoker last pick. Rough matchup against the Storm Spirit. So, Team Spirit Academy, they value having the synergy with the Kiseki Nature's Prophet and enabling that one position by having Sunstrikes to follow up the kills and synergizing with that Sprout over having a good mid lane. That's interesting because Team Spirit Academy, I will say that first game they looked really rough, and even the second game, Hive did make them work for it, right? So, a big mistake and things are gonna get ridiculous. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're preparing to load on in, as hopefully there's not going to be too much pausing due to the heat, but thankfully so far nothing. And tomorrow it's going to cool off for all of my Western Europeans in chat. We're going to be fine, boys. We've almost made it.
My hero.
Prepare for
That's
battle.
one way to do it.
Crap!
As ladies and gentlemen, we are loaded in the final time, and let's see how it goes. Because anything can happen once again. We can have ourselves a really chill kind of slow laning stage. We could also have ourselves 3 kills in a row immediately. And after the treants have been dealt with, we're gonna see a smoke. Where's the smoke setup?
30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
3 of the runes are still gonna go to the Dire. At least Kiseki managed to secure 1. Thanks to Wei, kind of looking scary. Bune actually got harassed a little bit for having stolen one of those runes as well. But a 3 rune start, exactly the kind of thing Hive need, because Hive, they need such a fast laning stage, which Storm is definitely gonna have, because again, Storm against Invo, a very chill matchup for the Storm. Level 1 Sunstrike is still absolutely bonkers to me, by the way. It feels so weird. I used to do that on position 4, where I skilled level 1 Sunstrike and would just use that to give vision and play your usual, oh haha, I buy items and go for pulls position 4 until I get my 2nd level. And that never worked. Now everybody does Exort at level 1 because Exort at level 1 is actually really good.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's courier has been killed.
And as expected, a bit of a slow laning stage, at least until Tiny can get himself the first 1 or 2 big avalanche toss kills or something like that set up. Also, as expected, the team logos are once again broken, which is such a shame because I keep getting Hive team confused because a lot of these players have been swapping teams a bunch before they ended up with Hive, right? Because Bune, Corroborated, they're players that we see every EPL season, but what team are they with? Well, currently Hive, but you try keeping up. As that was a nice little avalanche to keep Bune safe. Bune, though, he needs armor. Like against Slaughter, he's already gotten, I like that, he's already gotten 1 Rave Band for the 1.75 armor and agility to make last hitting easier, but we are gonna have ourselves a pause, it would seem like. Let's hopefully it's not too long. Thus far they haven't been too long today. And we're still stuck staring at a pause screen.
Ни ха-ха, ни хо-хо.
Ni ha ni ho ho. But yeah. There's no server lag, because again, my camera would also be... Okay, wait, maybe... Nope. Okay, no server lags.
The look on your face. The look on your face.
As ladies and gentlemen, there is the unpause kicking out.
Denied.
Still no chance for a kill on bottom, but over on top lane instead. Support teleports on over, and the techies showing on up right after that pause will make sure that the cleanup kill is there and immediately head back over to bottom lane, because over on bottom lane, even though he's not going to get killed anytime soon, Hotoke is starting to suffer a bit. Frost armor can only protect him so much, and they are well aware of the fact that he's alone. Techies, though, shows up from behind, will stop any aggression immediately. And bullies Kazeki, just being so annoying. Clockwork may actually be onto a kill onto a Toke, but a beautiful jump and a slightly missed Sunstrike will mean Doom gets to walk away. And instead it is gonna be Techies, who's now in a world of hurt, but Clockwork is also dropping low health. Rare Gods, what is he up to? Nothing much with the nice teleport from Kazeki once again. Just wanted to get Kazeki as far away from the farm as possible and deal as much damage as he could while going down. Still okay, I mean... Again, Techies is just being really annoying and it's funny as hell to watch. As for Bune though, going 1-0 with the first blood means this Tiny is already snowballing and way. Fair enough, it was either teleport back to base and walk all the way or just suicide to the tower, so he's gonna choose the suicide route. Just to make sure that his Nature's Prophet is gonna farm in the lane. Honestly, I'm not so sure about that, but right now there's not really a lot Nature's Prophet could do in other lanes, because if there was even just another lane where he could like take some safe farm from his Slaughter or from his Invoker or whatever without screwing up their lane, you may as well just teleport him over and wait for Clockwork to walk back. Here though, Rare Gods actually gonna drop. Slardar will not K. He lived with like 10 HP. Actually 10 HP. Maybe 11 or 12. It's hard to see because the, like, you know, the last digit just keeps changing every single second. Definitely no more than like 12 HP at most that he survives with. That's insane. So if one of the people involved had a loaded die there, then he would have died basically. That's how close that was. And I like pointing those ones out. Like, oh yeah, by the way, guys, with a loaded dice, that would have been a kill. And I'm kind of wondering about the late game potential, because neither team has a lot of late game, but I think it actually favors Hive. Doom, Storm Spirit are better in late game than... Well, Nature's Prophet is okay, he can red and stuff. Slardar meh, he only relies on armor and armor reduction, so once armor numbers are really big, it feels meh. He's mostly being picked because of the amount of tempo that he gets done in the lane, and just how scary his lockdown is. Sunstrike again, fully off the mark. Way. Look at the funky plays he's up to though.
I didn't expect you to be so cool.
Space created. Healing Salve overpowered. Nerf this item now. No, actually please don't. Healing Salves have been nerfed into the ground. I like at least being able to go for any kind of play with them. Switch over to net worth just to show how far Tiny actually is ahead, which is not that far. I know it looks like a really big lead, but this is the first blood having free farming Tiny. So under those circumstances it's good, but it's actually not that great for Bune. He has been struggling a lot in the stage of the lane where there was 2 people actively contesting him. That's gonna be Slardar. Gone on, disarmed though, and not able to set up any return kills while Storm, a third point of Galvanize, exactly what he wants. Gaining 1 charge per level, well, it's nice. It does slow down your farming speed unless you get a lot of early game kills compared to the previous Storm Spirit who used to be an absolute powerhouse.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's HYDRA. himself away. Nature's Prophet should have pretty good Maelstrom timing, can use that Maelstrom to then accelerate the game. And Bune once again just completely uncontested on this tiny, but at least his courier has been sniped. Sideways will be a little delayed. And Bune with the armor reduction is taking some damage, but not enough to just scare him off. Tiny's a big freaking rock. He's gonna be fine.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Double smoke up. Way.
Are scanning.
Surrounded by a whole lot of cogs. He's gonna be able to just get himself back, even against 3 people trying to dive him unexpectedly.
Dire's top tower.
Every game with a clockwork, I just know that the first 10 to 15 minutes are gonna be really slow and really chill, because everybody is wanting to play defensive, right? You don't pick clockwork if you don't have a hero that scales, and that kind of makes up for clockwork having like 0 late game and being absolutely insanely powerful in the early game here. And in this case, they're drafting more for the mid game than for the late game, of course. But this Clockwork position 5 still making Nature's Prophet all of this space to farm while the tier 1 tower is gonna stand. And Doom in the meanwhile looking to go for a BKB.
My hero.
My hero, as the ghost being called.
And it's off.
Stupendous!
Way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Getting himself out of there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And Rare Gods goes down 2-way. Where Storm Spirit manages to get out with 0 mana. Nothing he can do to help any of his other teammates as he loses his Tiny. Team Spirit Academy are gonna leave their Nature's Prophet to farm the bottom lane once again.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pages of fear.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Top tier 1 taken away, making it a bigger gold lead, but most of the gold lead that currently exists is in the form of tower gold. Nature's Prophet is not actually out farming anyone to the point where he's making up for the Doom printing money. But Doom is also just slowly printing money with the Devourer and has a Midas, so having a 1k gold lead is still pretty huge for the side of Team Spirit Academy. The win rate is still pretty close. Natures, though, will have an amazing Mjolnir timing, and Slardar in the meanwhile looking to go for a BKB.
Incoming!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Rare God kills off Kazeki.
Do it with flair.
And the first 15 minutes where the clockwork has basically brought the game, or is bringing the game to a standstill, are slowly gonna end, because yeah, he does the rocket flare to make initiating a lot harder and give you a lot more vision. But Team Spirit Academy, they got their Nature's Prophet online, they got their Slaughter online, they're gonna turn that into a Bune kill, making sure that massive tiny carry goes down, and he's still on top of net worth despite having died there, is now slowly gonna fall behind until he can farm again. But farm is not the issue for Mr. Bune, I'm sure of that.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'll keep them
I'm the greatest wizard who ever lived! I love the young invoker voice lines. With that little teen voice skip. Kurapatich is gonna die to the greatest wizard who ever lived, I guess. But they are gonna doom up the Slaughter perfectly for that. And Hive, can they get more? They're trying to. On the Ringmaster, will get him. Second Galvanized, double kill for the Storm. Nicely done. Exactly what they needed. Not just an infusion of cash, but getting Tiny back to the top of net worth. While also generating more Galvanizes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tiny will immediately turn that into aggression on the mid tower. And now we're gonna see that gold swing around again, because again, most of that gold came from the towers. Like, the gold lead wasn't that big yet. The win rate, thankfully, will kind of keep that in mind, because on the graph it always looks really, really big and dangerous. But now we're cruising around the 50% win rate, waiting for the first couple of big team fights,
Bottom tower is
as
under
it's
attack.
really initiation dependent.
Dire are scanning.
Bune choosing to upgrade the harpoon early. That one extra slot being invested for a Quelling Blade is really annoying, and one of the reasons why Nature's Prophet as a 1 can actually still be viable. Ringmaster obliterate with the tiny one-shot combo. Bune tosses back the Slardar for more, and Slardar, he is gonna take a lot of more of damage to the face. Bune, meanwhile, only down to half health, while Wei goes down on the Clockwork. And they manage to keep Bune in the fight, even with the Nature's Prophet ultimate. Fiend's Grip committed on the Nature's Prophet, was teleporting in to finish all of those low health kills off, and Bune will instead just delete him. That was all Bane's credit, though. Don't get me wrong, Tiny paying attention and immediately reacting is also why they could make that one work. But Kurobatich, such a fast and on-point Fiend's Grip. He hears the Nature's Prophet, he immediately gets to a position where he can see him and just continues fighting as if nothing happens until the Nature's Prophet actually commits the TP, and bam! Instant Fiend's Grip. What else can I say? He nightmared first, by the way. So it was like instant nightmares Fiend's Grip. Timing it with the Nature's Prophet teleport. Because the Nature's Prophet, if you almost finish that teleport, it's like 0.1, 0.2 seconds left, and you then see the guy next to whom you wanted to teleport get nightmared. You cancel the whole teleport, you're also too late for the team fight. There's no real good option, thanks to the Bane. And this is one of the reasons why Bane is so meta, but also why in the first game, we saw exactly how you gotta play around the Bane. Literally just ignore Bane when he wants you to be, you know, to chase him, to waste resources on trying to find where he put a ward or whatever. They literally just ignored him. They literally just put the support kind of in between the Bane and the carry and ignored him in the first series of the day. And I think that's honestly how you need to play against the Bane. Because Bane only does a lot to you if you're low sustain support. So pick a high sustain support, have the high sustain support literally do nothing except sustain both himself and the carry, and everything is fine. Turkeys. Killed off by 86.
Most certainly.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are falling.
Rock it on.
Dire are storming.
Mega kill on the Storm Spirit. While the Twin Gate rotation was happening towards the bot lane to make sure that Invoker is gonna be fine against the Doom, and they were trying to jump the Doom, but Doom immediately blinks away before the right click from Slaughter can even complete. And Slaughter, he is smart, because at this point a right click is gonna take less time to go off and disable the enemy blink or ability to escape in general than anything else would.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As that's gonna be the Tormentor. Going to definitely behind now Team Spirit Academy. We can check the win rate a second after Tormentor to see how much it evens out. But first, let's see what happens on top, if anything at all, because I'm not sure how much they want to commit for this tower. Turkeys instead is just gonna keep his minds around the secret shop. Wee. Also shoutouts, genuine shoutouts to any player that's playing in a tournament, and when you have nothing better to do than stand still and wait for the mine cooldown, throw a taunt or whatever, because you always assume you're being watched when there's a professional caster, right? Even though my camera work is terrible and I'm definitely not one of the better casters as far as observation and being there on time for the kills goes. But during quiet games like this, you just check everywhere on the map to make sure you don't miss any big items, like this BKB coming out for the Nature's Prophet, which is an absolute game changer, as well as a 4-step for Clockwork. So, two big items that they could potentially try to turn into a fight, except Tiny, still top of net worth, still extremely rich, and almost immediately evaporates that top tower as if it's nothing. Storm gets a shield. Will not get mana burned for it. That's gonna make the next fight a lot scarier if you're rooting for Team Spirit Academy. As Team Spirit Academy, they're gonna get their slaughter caught, but a perfect escape act from the Ringmaster. Okay. Still running, trying to get away, but nope. Down he goes. Doom, in exchange for that though, goes down to the Invoker. Nice little return kill. Worth a lot of gold with how much gold the Doom has printed, but Kiseki having a BKB, he is really the last bastion of Team Spirit Academy's team fight, as Nature's Prophet is trying to teleport out, knowing that Tiny no longer has a Quelling Blade in his inventory. Rare Gods killed off. So, will the Bane be by the Invoker? Cleaning a house while Bune just walks away, makes sure to dodge as much vision as he can. So the valuable kill got away, but that was a pretty even team fight, all things considered, because the team fight recap doesn't even show all of it with how long it went and Ringmaster buying back and everything. Bune can be glad that he's alive. Doom, though, got another ultimate the moment that he's back, so when Doom is alive, I think he wants to be aggressive and try to get that big Doom ult into somebody's face.
Well, that's one way to do it.
And we got ourselves a pause, as Invoker says, well, that's one way to do it. I'll give you guys a quick item check, as it's a disconnect coming through. Though I don't think we've missed much Invoker. Nowadays they go for Meteor Hammer as a farming item more often than Midas, because Invokers just don't scale on attack speed that much. Double BKB completed. Both of them have 9 seconds left before the side of Team Spirit Academy. Wait, I don't think that's right. Yeah, Nature's Prophet used this. Lying! Look at it. It's lying to us. So they have an 8 and a 9 second BKB left. Correction. And let's check the Doom and the Storm Spirit, as we're already unpausing. But Doom also used this only once, as I thought, and Storm not at all. Okay. So both teams, one fresh BKB, and one only used once BKB. Well, Invoker holding onto a lot of money. He's gonna try to turn that into a Lincoln Sphere.
Dire are scanning.
Invoker got his Lincoln Sphere coming in. Potential game changer. As Team Spirit Academy, they don't have him nearby right now, but he is ready to team fight. It is an Invoker after all.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Illusion?
Storm Spirit gets on top of the Slardar. 2 sets of mines, but Techie's pretty down low, and a nice Sunstrike to finish the job. Dropped by the tornado and dropped by the sun itself. Hey, that's what it feels like being in Europe today. And yesterday. This weekend has just been horrible. But we're under 40 degrees Celsius again.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And they did say it's gonna rain tonight or tomorrow. Hopefully tonight, so then I can sleep like a comatose baby. Well, Tiny gets that kill so quickly. Well, it's a one-shot combo. I mean, Avalanche Toss, double right-click. It does enough to kill support if the support can't press a save on himself. Bune.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't upgraded into a Silver Edge yet, unless that's what's on his courier.
Is under attack. Radiant's
Is it?
structures
No.
are fortified.
Let's see what's gonna queue up, because I think Silver Edge would actually be a game changer. Just breaking the bash, taking away Slardar's ability to disable Tiny during his BKB, will make him so much longer lived in the team fights. Since the stuns are really his biggest problem. Scan. Reveals K. Another potential one-shot target for Bune, but he is pretty tanky on that large sea snake. Oh no, I don't... Okay, there we go. Yeah, camera can get stuck on that cliff for some reason. I'm not sure why, but Slaughter will go down. And it is a nice execution by Tiny, who does BKB ready. Will press it and just use it to teleport out as Nature's Prophet may surround him. But does not have the resources to catch up. Bane, that was such a perfectly timed Nightmare as well. Making sure he can take the Nightmare off, 4 staff away, just as the Meteor comes out. But actually finding the big team fight, Doom ultimate or not, is gonna be pretty hard. The 4-man smoke will come out, however, and Team Spirit Academy showing their supports on the mid may not be the best of ideas, and Bune, he's not even gonna wait for his teammates, he just jumps and one-shots. Invoker knows that there's a team nearby somewhere, tries to bait them out, will succeed in doing so. See if they can turn it around, but I don't think so, because the initiation is going to be real difficult with Tiny immediately rushing at 86. 86 gets himself 86 once again as Sway. Blown up for almost his entire health pool, just a little bit more, and bam. Sticky Bomb will finish the job. Nature's Prophet, the one person to get out, but getting out and running away isn't the way to go right now. Tiny can hit buildings so incredibly hard with the tree. And the Silver Edge called it. He's buying it immediately now, Bune. He too agrees that Slaughter is his biggest problem, with the BKB being able to be pressed reliably. Half tower gone. And that's gonna be the bottom tier 2 tower. Teleports did come out though, and I don't think Tiny sees them coming, but Rocket Flare, he blinks away from it, managed to escape. Bune, insane levels of skill. He is not phased by this being the 3rd game in the series, or by the heat wave that's been sweeping across Europe. He's having a good time as the Tiny, and with a 3-man avalanche toss once again, catching everybody. That is gonna be 1 dead, 2 dead, and Storm Spirit saying hello to Wei, makes sure that's gonna be all 3 of them killed off. Nature's Prophet comes in, will at least get a cleanup kill onto Bune, taking that huge Tiny for some revenge. Invoker scouts out the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit thought about jumping him for a second there, but kind of low on mana. We are gonna see Casta hold back for now. Teleport back to the base and not even to the fountain. 25 mana region is pretty good though, especially while he still has an arcane rune. Oh, he's got a spell slinger to boast, that's why he's spamming so much. That makes a lot of sense. As we're gonna see Team Spirit Academy smoke up, trying to set something up over towards the mid lane. If K can get a good jump, that's not good enough. BKB went off in the moment that Storm Spirit starts glowing. Everybody knows this is gonna be a disaster now. Nature's Prophet comes in, but immediately switches to damage control as he sees how the team fight is going. And thanks to that, manages to get out, but not in time, as he has already been doomed. And with the Nature's Prophet dead, Doom is gonna die in retaliation. But just to a Clockwork, and the Clockwork, that's an easy target for Storm Spirit. But no! Storm instead dives right into the fray. Is getting stunlocked just that little while longer and will eventually pop. RIP Galvanized stacks. Tiny though, not done yet. He's gotta jump in, trying to avenge his teammate. After that kind of awkward team fight, everyone is gonna go back to pushing. Tiny with the crystal is completed. Let's see what everybody else got. Slaughter wants the Aghanim Scepter, about time. Nature's Prophet also has a Crystallis plus Lincoln Sphere, but more importantly Daedalus, and then right after Satanic coming up. Bune. Hello Clockwork, goodbye Clockwork, and Wei gets tipped for that by Casta. Storm Spirit actually salty at Clockwork for that last hookshot, I think. Because for Clockwork, I think he's happy there. I think he's like, got my Blink Dagger, doesn't matter. And his teammates roughly know where the enemies are, but running into Rare Gods will still mean Techie's King and escape.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
At least some mines cleared out.
Some people call you friends. I call you co-stars.
Pull roots.
Radiant are scanning.
As there's another jump in onto 2. Immediately 86 is gonna get himself killed off once more. And the Invoker Doom gets a nice ultimate going on the Slaughter. Slaughter forced to run away, but from what? From the Storm Spirit? Well, that's not gonna cut it. Triple kill for Storm. Entire team wipe for nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially entered Ownage territory. Roshan, the next target that everybody's gonna set up on. And with Tiny having the massive crits. Let's see for how much he crits if nobody stands. 1,600. Like every time Tiny crits on a right click, it's gonna be 1,600. He doesn't have that much attack speed even with the Silver Edge. But the double attack plus crit combo, it's pretty ridiculous still.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bane gets to work on the mid tier 2.
Radiant's top tower is
Top tier 1 goes down. Stormsword gets caught and still having the Aegis. He wants to go in instead of out, but the team fight is actually happening on mid lane, but you can't really call it team fight when Tiny crits onto 2 people. Double BKBs are there, but another crit for 1,200 onto the tank. If your tank takes 1,200 and just one right click from the carry. Oof. This is how you play Tiny 1, and Tiny, he's gonna be given the Rampage. They make sure not to steal his kill. Give Bune his due diligence. Rampage in an official game is always quite a flex, but even the Aegis is preserved. Hive, they looked really stumpy in game number 1. In this game number 2, they had a way slower draft. They needed to play super duper carefully. But now that they have the game state that they were looking for this entire game, they are once again looking every bit as stumpy. This is what they have been playing for. This is what they have been preparing for. And let's see how long it'll take them to end, because I don't think it's gonna be very, very long at this rate.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 3 tower also slowly but surely getting whittled through.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
That's gonna be the first lane of Rax.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
2 more left to go, but I don't think it's about the megas or no megas. I think it's about whether or not there's anything that Team Spirit Academy can find to do in retaliation. Because you gotta kill Doom without him getting an ultimate off, which is borderline impossible. As that's gonna be a kill setup onto the Doombringer, annihilated with the crits from the Nature's Prophet. Team Spirit Academy still trying to hang on to this game. Like a little kitten hanging onto a branch. Man, I miss those posters being a meme and being posted everywhere. That's gonna be Bane. Blown up with Nature's Prophet once again having some of the biggest right clicks in the game. Way though dies to the Storm Spirit while Storm Spirit doing his best to dodge some of that Nature's Prophet damage at least. Finishes the Invoker, gets to live a little while longer and manages to set up the burst onto Kazeki. Kasta. If he would have died too early there and lost the Aegis just a little bit too early, that would have been terrifying, but I did not expect him to hold the Aegis that entire fight once again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They did lose the Bane for that, sure, but I think it's gonna be the GG push from here, or at least forcing some buybacks.
Radiant's bottom
Knock knock, who has buybacks? Anyone? No one, says the Tiny as he's just starting to wail through that tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And that leaves one lane of barracks.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
As that's going to be Bune. Saved with the BKB being pressed on. Way. Runs for his life, but against the Storm Spirit there is no running because wind of course is everywhere. One more right click and the tier 3 is down and everybody is gonna back off once more from the side of Hive. Making sure not to overextend. They'll regroup. Wait for some regen and abilities to come back up again. Doom can use his Midas, eat some creeps as well. To get that overwhelming blink. But Bune, the moment that he catches anybody alone, has this invisible blink dagger ready Tiny to blow them up. It's probably gonna be GG. That's kind of the sad fact of this game.
Evil dreams await.
Radiant are scanning.
$30k gold lead.
Soldiers fought.
Oh, also, sorry, obviously the total net worth wasn't in the right order, cat across keyboard, but looking at Hive's net worth, I don't think gold matters as much as buybacks do anyways, because you can always see it by the little golden stripe next to people's portraits. So technically, casters are always showing it, but you do need to be on a large screen to see it, because on phone you can't make out two yellow pixels there. With a nice initiation onto Hotoke, they want to get the Doom, or at the very least prevent his ultimate from coming out, but Hotoke, he's got an Aghanim Scepter, so he does not need a target for the ultimate other than himself. With the Doom active. Into the base, Hive go, and Team Spirit Academy, they are not gonna tap out once again. This is like yesterday. They're playing till the bitter end and are gonna have to watch their axes fall as Tiny, not caught off guard. Techies will be, and that may be the range tracks, but the melee ones are still being fiercely defended. Storm Spirit though, he finds a moment of weakness from the Slardar, goes in and cleans house. GG's in chat. Being put by 86, and yeah, it was a really good series. We've had one stump and 3 really close 2-1s, even though this series also started on a stump, and then the second game was better, and this third game, well, it was kind of stumpy towards the second half, but the first half was really amazing, until we kind of saw Nature's Prophet die twice in a row, and that screwed him. We'll see whether the moment shows on the gold graph. Before I'm gonna hand over the mic to the one and only base defender, because base defender is gonna do the last best of 3 for you all, which is gonna kick off in just a little while. So I hope you're all looking forward to that. I really hope it's gonna be another one of these really good, really close back and forth Dota rounds. But looking at the net worth, everything seems fine, because there was a lot of fighting, and both Nature's Prophet and Tiny really like fighting. And here You can literally pinpoint the moment where it went wrong, where these two went from a bit of a head-to-head. Nature's Prophet even ahead. Oh boy, how good. Hive, to be fair, did look like they were losing this for quite a while. But then this team fight happened and complete turnaround. And just the two net worth graphs from the carries show it here. Because let's be real, as far as the mid goes, both 86 and Kasta were really rich. And the offlaners both have their timings. So both do something at a certain point in the game. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'm out for the day. Base defender is going to take the last best of 3. And with that, I hope you all enjoyed. I'll see you all tomorrow and peace out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the break with some more EPL Season 39 action. We have Nemiga Gaming and recently renamed once again, previously known as PassionUA. Now they come in again as RE Arise. As you can see from the logo, it obviously stands for Rune Eater's Arise. I'm Base Defender and I will be taking care of all of you who are currently watching this instead of the TI qualifiers. So let's see. Both of these teams, they did a very good job actually at getting quite deep within the qualifiers. Nemiga, unfortunately, they were seemingly a little less lucky, even though they did reach about between the 5th and 8th place around the open qualifiers, so they were insanely close. But 4IKIBAMBONI were just a little bit better. Unfortunately, they didn't very much last long during the close qualifiers, and they were eliminated by Huligani, who did qualify, so congratulations to them, and they took him down in the first lower bracket round 1 with a result of 2-1. But they were fighting. They did prove that they're quite good, but obviously that there's, you know, some difficulties happening in the background. But as long as they're progressing, as long as they're getting stronger, things are looking quite good. And speaking of things being strong, both sides are having very strong openers, so in very aggressive ones. It's gonna be Lone Druid on the end of RE Arise, as well as Nemiga opting in for the Necro. So both of these heroes have been insanely contested, with Necro having a little bit more of a luck of pushing through, but it's been a little bit either or for him. So he either has a brilliant game, manages to lock things down with, you know, a couple of interventions with the side, have a very fast farming, push in towers, punish heroes, and then just lock everything down at around 45 minutes. Whereas Lone Druid, he's been banned for about 147 games during the TI from all regions combined, I think, out of the 150 games that he's somewhat appeared in. And from the 3 or 4 times that he has went through, he's had a little bit of a higher win rate. So in previous season of EPL, a lot of teams did a successful job at taking him down by pretty much completely ignoring him, letting him do what he wants to do, and just farm out, get the bear insanely strong, get the scepters, get everything it needs to, you know, deal these insane amounts of damage globally all over the map. But it seems like RE are going to be looking for some ongoing aggression even before they bring the Lone Druid online, as they do have the Tusk, they do have the Hoodwink, that both are insane in terms of laning, insane in terms of pickoff, and they're bringing in the Keeper of the Light as most likely the potential mid laner here. Great in terms of farming as well, very fast in that department. Whereas for the remainder of Nemiga, we have Axe, Disruptor, and we have Snapfire. Disruptor is not that present, to be honest. Like, I think that he's one of the least contested supports out there, but it's a good thing to have. It's good for the cash, it's good for the reset. You are having that big AoE silence that you can very nice co-align it along with the Mortimer's Kisses, and of course it could be a great playing ground for both the Necro and the Axe. Axe is great also here as well because of the setup, the fact that you can early on get the Blade Mail, throw the damage back to the Coddle, and punish him for, you know, doing what he wants to do best, and that's taking down heroes and creeps at an insanely fast pace as soon as he gets the level 4 of Illuminate, and of course one addition to the big ultimate. But it's quite difficult to see currently at who has the better draft, as we are still waiting on, well, for RE Arise, it's pretty sure that the carry, or maybe, no, actually, my bad, the offlaner that we're looking at, Largo, Batrider, Doom have been banned out already. Viper is also sometimes a contender, so he's out as well. Underlord is away. Undying is out, so maybe this could be an interesting option to bring in the Dawnbreaker as a little bit of a counter and an additional global presence along with the Bear. But at the same time, you already have the Disruptor, so that's going to be quite problematic. Largo was a good takeaway here, because even though he's not been that successful, it is gonna be in time with his own farming that the Lone Druid gets online, so they can be both really annoying at the same time. But instead, alongside with the fact that he's banned, we are seeing Enigma being picked up last by RE Rise, and I do like this. You do have the counter control, you do have a lot of lane control as well with the Eidolons, but I'm quite scared of how well you can deliver these black holes. You gotta think aggressively, you gotta think in the moment of what's happening and not greed out to go in for an ideal scenario of 2 or 3 heroes. Early shutdowns are gonna be imperative for this Enigma. And things are gonna be a little bit better once he gets the BKB and Blink combination. But it's always gonna be problematic. Where's gonna be the Snapfire in this situation? There's always going to be the Disruptor reset, there is going to be the Pain Train coming in from the Necro, and now, as last but not least, we have the Storm Thread, who is also there for the catch, so there's going to be a lot of cat and mouse between these two, but overall, I do like, I want to say Nemiga just a little bit better, because I do like the control coming in from the Axe, the fact that he is really proactive early on in the game. Disruptor is very good as well, because, you know, he can just bring targets back into the call, you can easily vortex them back, and of course the cookie, never forget the cookie. Another thing about Nemiga, during the at the previous time we saw him, they did not have Fishman, who did play out with them during the qualifier, so they definitely have a good synergy going on, which is very important when you have a Disruptor in play, and of course there's going to be a lot of communication needed to line up these lockdowns one after the other. As for RV, they have a lot more of a teamfight control, but they do have these annoying, insanely annoying supports, which, if they're not utilized early on, they are gonna be, well, free farm for the enemy team, because ultimately, as aggressive as they can be, they are super squishy. They are, well, they can waste a lot of time away, because both the Hoodwink is super sneaky once the scurry levels are coming in. She's gonna be just flying across the trees. Tusk can easily waste a lot of time with the tag team and with the snowball. And of course, the curse of the new patch every single time, especially when it's a content patch such as this one. The servers are not able to hold up. It seems like Valve are a little bit more focused right now on the release of Steam Machine and completely forgetting that there's Dota servers to handle, guys. Like, give us that extra hardware, please. But yeah, also, it's been what, like 3 days or something since the Dark Carnival came out? Already that Axe missing from the game warm-up does somewhat pay off. I mean, it could have been interesting to Valve to, you know, keep the suspense up for at least a week a little bit longer, so we're gonna be like, oh, maybe this is gonna be something better. I don't want to say that the event is a disappointment, but already haven't seen the Crownfall from last year. It feels like the same formula being popped in once again, and I was hoping for Valve to connect these funds obtained during the event and pour them into the international to make it a little bit more attractive, but I guess they're still straying away from adding that premium flavor to the big international. Regardless, rant aside, we are slowly getting our players back. So let's see if everything works, if all the buttons are where they're supposed to be, all the keybinds and the mice and the keyboards and everything, and we are good to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're not good to go, obviously. Again, there seems to be a little bit of a problem. Sec IRL gang.
Did you fall out of the nest as a baby?
Wait, what do you mean IRL gang? Which gang? I'm not sure if they're in the same house, Runeators, but I don't understand what this is. Praying it's not the worst thing, because gang could be, I don't know, like a gang of cats, an issue that Joe has actively. I mean, he's got a gang of one cat actively attacking him, and we've had a situation with gangs being involved, like, you know, the bad type, but hopefully it's neither or. Hopefully it's just lost in translation, but hopefully we're gonna get him back as soon as possible, so maybe we can just do a little bit of a filler here in terms of the draft. I'm still sticking with the Nemiga being a little bit more favorable, but it's gonna be interesting to see Ari Arise get the Lone Druid in a very strong spot, Because they have a very strong lead game. They can very much have this insane amount of control because, again, their lockdown potential and their time stalling could be absolutely insane. But they gotta buy themselves about 40-45 minutes. Which also, Necro likes that. Necro is completely fine with such a trade-off because he likes to linger around in the forest, in the jungle, get the radiance as soon as possible, and just melt through targets at first convenience. And the later the game goes, for him things are generally really good, but also we have the Snapfire, who's also been working between pause 4, pause 5, also pause 3, even pause 2 in a couple of instances. So she could turn into a hyper menace if allowed to do so. But let's see, we still are within that realm of games ending at about 30 or 40 minutes predominantly, or going to extreme 90 plus minutes. Oh, a little bit of a discovery here. Wait, how is this in Russian? This is interesting. The Eidolon name. I've never seen this before. It could be a localization bug or something like that, but it's interesting. It completely caught me off guard there. Thankfully, nothing too spectacular happened, as we are gonna receive just a trade between the bounty runes 1 for 1. The bear did try to do something here, maybe to go in for the deny or whatnot, but nothing too spectacular, as I said. Sticking around topside, we have both supports with the keen anticipation of Kovis9 arriving. He's gonna do a little bit of a body block of the incoming creep wave, but there is a surprise lingering around the corner. I mean, technically they have 4 units here, but wait for him, he's gonna give up the chase, but of course Ariel has arrived there. And he has left the Enigma a little bit too far by himself, but still they're gonna make the move. Kovis9 dropping low, Ariel turning around with the Scatter Blast, nice low. It is gonna help out to break the contact, but knowing the nature of the Hoodwink, this is not where he stops, this is where he keeps on going. He's gotta punish Ariel as soon as possible, he's gotta take away those early levels and experience from the Snapfire, because, as I said, like, she is a support in this scenario, but she can grow to be a hyper menace as the game keeps on going. Disregard the Mortimer Kisses, everything else that she has is super strong. Blood Grenade will not connect onto anyone, Kovis9 keeping the push away from Anisan, but UI, he's still committed. Keeps on going on to Anisan for entangle counters. Can they get him? He's dropping severely low. Anything else happening on across the map? Not really. Eventually, UI, he will call back the bear, as they're not willing to overextend. Maybe they want to focus on to Kovis9 just a little bit more, and that's gonna be the case. The hunger is up, Kovis9 rooted up, UI, the bear is dropping pretty low. They're gonna get the bear, but they're gonna trade it off for first blood as Kovis9 dies down. Ariel, bushwhacked, nice jump, keeping up the chase, keeping up the aggression, but it's not gonna be enough for a trade. Both of them shall die. Anisan still remaining amongst the living.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So there we have it. The first wave of aggression. Down bottom though, we haven't really seen much aside from a little bit of a courier takedown from Self-Hate. Well, he's the one who lost it, to be precise. As Waveform has been sneaky, he has been looking to keep up the harassment onto Fishman. And so far, I mean, this is working out for both cores here. Both of them, they're just farming out. Anku, of course, having that little bit of an extra strength, extra little bit of a unit control. But of course, he always will need to be out of the reach for the death pulse, because Self-Hate, eventually, as the levels keep on coming, he can melt through the Eidolons with no problems whatsoever. And last but not least, we have the mid lane. Currently, Young G looking insanely good, but of course with the Coddle ability to farm between the creep wave and the neutral camps, he's not, you know, losing out on much. And of course, this hero is super self-sustaining with the Chakra Magic, so it's just rinse and repeat, rotate between here, between the camps. Maybe you can do a little bit of a stack, which early on it does lose you a little bit of a time, but it will reward you a lot on the long run. A little bit of a bingy business around, as apparently they know But there is either some vision being present, or they're just gonna be like, nah, I'm gonna step back. I just want to farm in peace. I cannot really cut the wave here. I cannot really jump around smaller neutral camps, so I'm just gonna, you know, go back. Because it's a tough lane, even though his farming is not too shabby. One small misstep and the Hoodwink is gonna punish, but same could be said for Anku. A self-hate, beautiful rotation from Anisan, beautiful couch. He gets Fishman as well, the Bushwhack. This time the Blood Grenade will connect, even though they're a little bit outnumbered, but they have the damage in. It's gonna be one return kill. I was not sure where Anku was there. It felt like he was a little bit too far away, a little bit of a misstep. Or it ultimately could be just Nemiga bringing in the aggression. I mean, of course they do have the disruptor. So once you're out of position, count to 4, bring him back, and things are gonna be ultimately fine. And Nemiga are gonna linger here for just a little bit. Same actually for Rune Eaters. Anisan, he's still sticking around. Top side, Kovis9 though keeps up the pressure onto UI. He's gonna get the bear. That's a very big bounty for the axe. But UI, he's persistent. He's looking for some sort of vengeance, but he's not gonna get it.
Dire are scanning.
Still looking at bottom lane. It looks like something is about to happen here. Waveform. He's a little bit surrounded, but he is precautious, so he's not gonna make a valiant step forward and check what's happening, because, yeah, ultimately he's gonna be dead. Anisan, though, might not be as lucky, even though he drops the ward, finds Fishman, grabs him back, but he's gonna be glimpsed back. There's the misstep once again. Instant cookie with the takedown, nicely executed by Nemiga, but they still don't have the kill lead. I mean, it's just one kill difference, but early on it may make a difference. Mid lane, just actively farming. They're completely out of the action. They're minding their own business. Meanwhile, the aggression is again down bottom. Waveform is gonna be caught up, but instant snowball in the back. Actually, I take that back. Ethereal decided to join in
Radiant are
and
scanning.
just invoke the level 3 of Illuminate. That damage should have been insane, right? Come on, give me the recap. I want to see the damage. Should have been just brilliant.
Radiant's
Yep.
bottom tower is under attack.
It is indeed. I mean, the rest of these don't count. Just one small charge to melt through a little bit of a support. He might be going in for more, or he was just looking to switch sides, but he was glimpsed back as Fishman. Level 2 on Glimpse is already a very big improvement, and just sticking to it for quite a while might allow you to focus on just a little bit of extra. Waveform, out of position completely. And she's still chased down by Youngji. Eventually, he gets the kill. But previously, the glimpse point being, just the difference between level 1 and level 2 is 400 units. Which already is enough to catch the range heroes, which are lurking on the other side. So you do have the advantage. From this point on, you can definitely focus on the kinetic field, as we're seeing right now from Fishman, and then maybe going for some extra little bit of damage until you get the static storm and then roll back into the glimpse. Meanwhile, nice find, Kovis9, Anisan, swimming across the river.
Radiant's
But
top tower
I
is
don't
under
know
attack.
if squirrels are swimmers.
Radiant
Meanwhile,
are
UI
scanning.
trying to go in for a sneaky play with the bear, but there's the glimpse once again doing its own bidding. Nicely done. Still, regardless, neither side is going to be winning the shrine contest, as one is going to be granted to each side. Anku,
Radiant's bottom tower
he's definitely happy that the tension from the bottom lane has alleviated, so he's been able to take down the tier 1 tower, but we're still missing out on the black hole. I guess that experience penalty is still holding him back. Self-hate, found in the woods, Waveform still keeping up the pressure. It's insane how Anku has extra experience compared to the Necro, who's been alive and well with a double kill takedown. Interesting. Nevertheless, let's see what happens mid. Ooh, beautiful catch. Youngji. Anisan coming in from the high ground. Nice bushwhack with, of course, the Illuminate now at level 4. Enough pressure has been inflicted down bottom. Now they're going in for something extra down the middle. Top side still needs that extra kick, but UI, he's been lurking between here and there at all times, so he hasn't really been paying a lot of attention, but still it's an axe that he's been fighting against, so even without axe having that big advantage, you've done yourself quite a good job. Net worth-wise, it is Rune Eaters, well, Rune Eaters Arise, previously known as PassionUA, who are having the ongoing lead. With this tower being taken down, it's gonna be more money in the bag. Yet why? Of course, the bear is not gonna be having any early items. He is gonna go for the good old Mjolnir. Nothing too special. Not a single worry in the world, because he knows the enemy carry needs a lot of time to farm, but meanwhile, Ethereal with yet another catch. It's gonna be Aerial. Slowly but surely, they're finding these easy pickoffs every single time, and you know, we've nailed the map being opened a lot more in their favor. Not only that they can control Nemiga's players, well, of course, they're heroes at the same time, but they're also gonna be sufficing their farming needs a lot faster, and there's a lot of farm required on both of these sides. I mean, of course, that's always the issue in Dota, but Necro needs a lot of it, Axe needs a lot of it, Storm Spirit, he wants the kills, so he's the only one who shouldn't necessarily been doing this, but they've been actively at a disadvantage. However, same could be said for RE, as Ethereal, he needs a lot of it, Lone Druid, he needs a lot, Anku, as we can see, he's already successfully invaded the Radiant jungle. Drums of Endurance, Tranquil Boots available in the backlines. Young G, oh, Ethereal going in aggressively, but a beautiful dodge away from the glimpse with the snowball. They take Fishman regardless. Black hole in the mid, Aerial gets caught up. It's a small fish, but it is 2 heroes overall, and then and an ongoing advantage and an ongoing pressure coming in from Rune Eaters. 10 minutes in, it's 8/4 with 3k net worth. Nicely done. And of course, that always poses the question, can they keep this up? Because there has been this unwritten rule in Dota: the faster they rise, the harder they fall. And we end up having 60, 70 plus minute hour games. Well, already it's an hour plus past 60 minutes. You get my point. I might be sounding a little bit brain dead, but the same thing that Joe has been going on about. The weather is indeed a problem, and I was a little bit outside buying groceries just a little bit earlier, so I did get exposed. And trust me, I'm not a summer person. The next 3 months are gonna be bunker mode with the AC on. Thankfully, for us people within the Balkans, Eastern Europe in general, we know what a heat wave is. And we know how much it can hurt, so we came in equipped. But still, it doesn't change anything. I'm not gonna loathe to other countries who are feeling this for the first time. Because there's, you know, warmer countries in the world. And having that little bit of a rant, Ethereal, he's gonna find Aerial, but he's got absolutely nothing. As unfortunately, Orchid, it does not silence the items, teleports, or whatnot. That would have made this item insanely OP. Still on the hunt, but so far, well, Nemiga are doing their best not to give them the pleasure. They are utilizing what portion of the map that they have in their favor. Aerial. Just maybe looking for some vision, but this vision is so freaking tight here. Like, you have the sentry barely reaching the sword, and yet another ward, even though on low ground, but this is a very, very good path, noticing what's happening between the secrets shop, between the ancients, and between the lane. Even though the tower has been pushed in, you're very likely gonna find the Axe there. Nice find, beautiful catch. Even with the fishman being dead, more and more skills are gonna be dropped down. His son dancing around the trees, the vortex is gonna take him down, as he was also standing in the puddle of fire. And it's gonna be an eye for an eye. Something that Nemiga could be happy about, especially Young G, who, as always, like, he's very much dependent on those galvanized stacks. He's gotta kill, and he's gotta convert that into faster farm with the faster region. And so far, he's not getting any of it. And to make matters worse, you are always at the risk of you're not allowed to die. You gotta keep the tempo, you gotta keep things going. He's gonna find waveform, but a little bit out of mana. They make the jump, but this instant snowball will put things to a stop. Still Waveform, he's got limited resources. He only has the shrine remaining, but Anisan with a beautiful bushwhack from the back lines. He still has the hunger on top of him, but he's gonna pop a swift TP, go back home, and ultimately be fine and out of danger. Beautiful intervention from Anisan. And aside from the contest being absolutely insane on the Lundra, it has been this hoodwink actively finding kills and finding executions. Ethereal, he's gonna be taken down by Selfgate, probably the first side to use, but top side, Kovis9 under siege. He's trying to run off, gets tangled down, and he's out. But I do believe the bigger kill did suffice for Selfgate as an enemy carry first, and secondly taking down a hero with a pretty big streak. Yeah, it does explain where Nemiga were. It was just him with the supports and a beautiful setup to punish Keeper of the Light. Still, nothing has changed. Lone Druid is still getting those wins. He's still getting that farm, and he's halfway through completion of the Scepter. Necro, well, this is where things go bad. Even though he's been really proactive in these team fights and has pretty much half of the kills so far, it hasn't very much contributed into him completing his Radiance, which is much required for his farming to get better. Meanwhile, Anku, they find Fishman, take down Disruptor. Yeah, thankfully they didn't commit a black hole for it. But Nemiga, they do know Anku has this Blink Dagger, so they're gonna be super careful on how they approach this. Because they know if Anku decides to go in greedily here, they always have the backup, they have the Vortex, they have the Cookie. They just gotta line up one creep at the right position. Even though they don't have any helms or anything like that, but they can, you know, always throw a hero, and in the hopes you're not gonna kill him directly into the black hole. Still, things are getting a little bit quiet. You know why? Still farming, still enjoying himself. About 230 gold left remaining for the Scepter completion. He did opt out for the full completion of the Maelstrom because he does realize it's gonna be getting a little bit tougher for his team to keep things up. As I said earlier, Necro is a lot more proactive, he's a lot more aggressive, and he could be the turning point for his team. But Nemiga, they're feeling a little bit shy. They did pop a smoke just earlier, but ultimately they didn't get far. And still RE occupying the majority of the territory they've obtained. All tier 1s being cleared out for quite a while. They're not necessarily able to push in for more, but you know, with the creep waves being taken out at a comfortable distance, you are able to at least allow yours to do them the bidding, and at least keep Nemiga actively pressured up. But now a smoke coming in from RE. Who might they find? Waveform, leading the siege. He's still halfway through completion of his Blink Dagger. And they're moving in closer. They're gonna pop the scan. They know somebody's farming, somebody's there, and it's gonna be Selfgate. Ding ding, it's a big price. Orchid silenced up, locked into the trees, and absolutely obliterated. Nicely done, Ethereal. He's gonna get that monetary exchange to some extent, which will bring him closer to the Boots of Travel. Of course, a much needed item to make Gandalf a lot more annoying. But, well, he's not gonna be in danger. Ultimately, it is Fishman and Young G pressured away from that small little tree line over there. One small misstep, it could be bad. This Anku, he still has the black hole available. Young G caught up, Bushwhack with just one Illuminate. That's a lot of pain. And as many Storm Spurs before him, he will go in for the Guardian Greaves. As always, you do need that extra sustain, especially when you try to make those long-range jumps. It's a cheaper item compared to the BKB, which gives you the HP, it gives you the mana. Mana is always of the essence for this hero, and then maybe you can focus on that. I'm not saying don't buy a BKB, but it's a good thing to have. Anisan spotted in the river, glimpse back, dancing around with Youngji, but it's not happening. It seems like he's gonna be locked down into the silence, into the field, paving the path for Young G and Kovis9 to get some kills, but it's a small sacrifice for the team as they're gonna make a big catch. It's gonna be Anku with a beautiful takedown of Young G. Even though he was right under the Mortimer's kisses, it was an... Well, he was standing strong, his positioning was absolutely great. They took down 2 cores for the price of 1 support. And this position, this team fight, was was happening right under Roche's nose. So Swift turned away to that Swift objective. First fair. Yep, we are having the items. We are gonna get the Spirit Bearer online, and it's gonna hunt you down. Now, imagine what's gonna be happening once you get Coddle online alongside with the Bear. Bear scouting out, Bear getting the Invis, like either you know, the Shadow Blade or the Silver Edge, and Ethereal just going in, jumping in. They take down every single person that they can find. And of course, it is preferably that Onisan is there too, just to seal the deal. How are things looking so far for Nemiga? I mean, they're still minding their own business. They are trying to get Necro to do his heavy lifting. Radiance has been completed for quite a while, so that's definitely a good sign. But he's still gonna need to do a lot more of heavy lifting, because the next items that he has in his queue are quite expensive, starting off with the boosted travel recipe. Like, his desires are grand, and he's gotta speed it up, because Lone Druid, he's online, he's proactive, he's gonna make your day a living hell. And right on the clock, right on time, 20 minutes in, yeah, just wait for the Tormy a little bit, maybe that was a server issue. Maybe, maybe not. I'm just gonna put the blame on it. It's gonna take them a bit. No serious harm to the entirety of the team, and Onisan getting the boomerang for the additional magical damage. Which, of course, you're having magical damage from the Coddle, you're having magical damage from the Enigma as well. So it's gonna be a pain train coming in, and they're not afraid to show for it. They have the Aegis, they have the extra additional resources, and they have the idea where they're going for. Nice found, Fishman taken down. Is Ariel gonna be caught up next? Well, they don't have the glimpse themselves. If only. But they're still gonna keep on going. Now that the Bear is independent, he is an adult, he's turned 18, he can linger around the lanes and just be this ultimate mega creep, instantly taking down your towers before you can do anything about it.
Radiant's top tower
21 minutes in, it's 7/15, currently in the favor of RE Arise, aka known as Cheeky Bamboni. Up till today, I mean, I think today is when we got the update. So they are still in a good shape. They are still in a fighting spirit. So whatever happened at TI did not, you know, slow them down. And also last season, well, last season was basically 3 days ago. They did end up going pretty far into the playoffs. But watching it so much Dota at the same time, it's hard to keep track. Yeah, actually, they got into the finals versus... And they won! Actually, GK won? Oh, that's so nice. They took down Power Rangers, who were the previous season's winners, so... Okay, they're not only jumping in with, you know, high expectations, but the execution is absolutely here, and it's absolutely perfect. And during all of this downtime, they've just taken down Ariel, but they have pushed in pretty much across all lanes. Left standing and left remaining is the mid lane, but look at this. Look at this freaking army. Anku just sprinting Eidolons by the second UI as well. Ethereal though, he's gonna be caught up as a collective effort from Nemiga. It is gonna be enough to take down the old man. But again, I mean, it's Ethereal just doing these awkward missteps, and it does prove to show that Nemiga, once they get their collective all together, they are able to set things off to a very nice execution. But can they do it with 5 heroes at the same time is the big question. For one, yeah, it's just an easy pick-off. Attempt for a glimpse, beautiful snowball, sharpshooter from across the lane, nicely done by Onisan. And a beautiful execution onto Fishman time after time again, even though this Disruptor It's gonna be, well, I don't want to say useless for the next 50 seconds, but he's not gonna be super needed unless he gets the big silence. Even though, of course, you gotta respect the glimpse. But it's always a question if Cheeky are gonna make the move. So far, with about, well, 5 seconds actually, it did take them a little bit too much time to push in across all lanes. They're not gonna have enough of it to utilize it for the high ground push. But always you have that tactic if you're able to force out Nemiga to fight across. Just pour in the bear, pour in the Eidolons, pour in all the minions that you have to keep the active pressure, so maybe they can start scratching away these tier 3 towers and give you access to the high ground, because otherwise it's gonna be insanely tough. Nemiga, they're just waiting for a big mistake to happen here. And they can go in for these big hero punishments that have been actively farming out for the last almost 25 minutes. I mean, UI is 303. Ethereal, he has fallen down twice, but he's 7-2, Anku 217. Beautiful setups every single time. Support's not necessarily having any big streaks on them either, but they've been present, they've been absolutely annoying. Nemiga though, Ariel and Fishman have received a lot of heavy punishment, but it also couldn't be this long-term strat. You're just throwing in the supports in the early stages to keep them happy, to keep them satisfied, knowing that you have the stronger punch as the game keeps on going. But of course, Ari, they're not from yesterday. They're not gonna wait for anything to happen. They're just gonna bring every opportunity they can upon themselves. Kovis9 gets caught up. Lotus buying a little bit of a couple seconds of time, but every single projectile is landing upon him, alongside with the sharpshooter. So his misstep is gonna be punished. Around the Radiant jungle, another catch. Beautiful solo kill there. Ethereal takes down Ariel, but he's gotta be careful because last time he did that, he was punished. Tumbling 20 forward, nicely done. He does have the Orchid, but Youngji, he's gonna respect his elders and back off because already he is missing out on 2 more players and everybody's gonna be needed for the high ground defense. Meanwhile, of course, the Bear and the Eidolons, they're just gonna do what they do and just push in. Self-hate waiting for the right moment to death pulse, but he cannot fully be in range of those Eidolons and take them down because there's a lot of scary heroes lingering on the other side. Still, it's gonna be the fortification that he uses up. Your Wise Bear is gonna be taken back as he's still grading out on those final last hits. And it's gonna be enough for Nemiga to get the remainder of their comrades back on the map. But one more strike like that, and it could be GG. Roche could be back in about, well, we're gonna know in about 30 seconds when he's gonna be back. How's the bear? Yep, there's the Shadow Blade. I'm gonna turn into the Silver Edge, of course. You do have a couple of passives to break here. And of course, innate abilities, don't forget those either. Radiant scans, they find out a presence of somebody, but they don't know if it's a big target or a small target. We do know it's waveform. Oh, but nice catch. Ethereal, they're gonna throw Axe into air jail. Ethereal manages to break out. BKB up and available. He's gonna use it and he's gonna be fine, but the dunk is gonna be poured onto Onisan, but a beautiful black hole catch onto both Youngji and Kovis9. They get caught up into the Illuminate, but instant silence coming out still. It's not gonna help out anybody, since both Youngji and Kovis9 are dead and gone. You know why? He's gonna lose the bear, but he's still alive and amongst the living, and the supports are still here to punish his self-heats, get thrown into the air, and is dead. On Ariel, trying to get something in return, at least trying to punish Ariel, trying to take down anybody, but it's not happening. Ethereal with yet another Illuminate. It's almost the team wipe, almost. Again, they shall lose Onisan in the process, but nothing too serious. The reward is absolutely great. This is gonna propel UI up to 20k net worth, which is, well, a lot more than what the Necro currently has. He still has his so-called starter items to some extent, just having the Radiance and the Montestyle with the Deathseeker upgrade. But it doesn't really account for much. This guy needs a lot more. He needs the sustain, he needs the control, he needs the slow as well. And currently, it's still gonna be a long journey for him to receive them. But still, Nemiga, they're looking to give themselves a chance. 3 heroes smoked up, moving out. maybe, just maybe they can get lucky
Radiant are scanning.
before RE decide to focus down Roche for the second time. Roche already being greeted. Kovis 9, yet another catch on to Onisan. This is gonna expose 3 heroes from Nemiga. And RE, are they willing to commit even further? Or should they address the issue lurking onto high ground? Nope, they're just gonna wait it out. They know they have the upper hand, but they just had the bad positioning. And wait out for Onisan to return. Because of course, if a big team fight is happening, you need the Hoodwink. Well, not desperately, not direly, but... Oh, but a beautiful couch even beforehand. But still it's gonna be a setup to get Yawai's Bear and Wave Palm all together, but the damage output from RE is absolutely insane. The Bear, you cannot hurt the Bear. You're gonna lose 3 in the process. Yeah, Onisan, easy bait, but 3 in return, 3 Roche. Easy peasy. It's gonna take them a bit, but it's 100% secured. It's interesting that the damage from the Bear is not, you know, dropped in onto the hero himself. But it is a separate unit. He's definitely doing his own separate heavy lifting. As we just saw an example here, with just Onisan and the Bear holding hands together, being the keepers of the forest and taking down death itself. It was a very romantic way of putting it that Self-Hate just died. Top side, well, already well exposed is an understatement. It's completely destroyed. And Rune Eaters are about to replicate the same thing down middle. Still, Nemiga, even without their carry, they're willing to fight. They're popping a smoke. They just gotta find the right angle, because so far RE, they're not gonna give them the pleasure. Onisan gets caught up. He is gonna glimmer, so temporarily invisible just to set Nemiga in the right position. And he's been actively chased, but a beautiful snowball will save him. Still, Youngji, he's committed. He wants the squirrel dead and gone. He's not gonna get anybody. It's just gonna be a black hole setup. Fishman and Kovis 9 will be taken down. Onisan, fine and, well, completely well and fine. And it's gonna be rage. It's gonna be a little bit tilted at the end there. So, Nemiga, they're gonna call the GG. Allowing RE Arise, previously known as PassionUA, to obtain the map 1 victory of the final series of today. I mean, it was just focus. It was trust your team, trust your draft, trust whatever you can do, and we're just gonna punish them down. Utilize the fact that we have aggressive supports, and Lone Druid, once he gets the scepter, is just GG. Way too many units on the map, way too much control. It felt like Nemiga were a little bit completely out of sync, even though their support duo was absolutely insane. But Greetings once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second map between RE Arise and Nemiga Gaming. Indeed, on the graphic it does say HYDRA because we were pretty much informed very last minute because of this, so potentially from tomorrow and the days on is gonna be correct. So, without any further ado, game number 1, it was quite stompy, and Rune Eaters Arise, they did have the upper hand the entire game. Like, their control was amazing, their dedication was on point, their pick-off potential is absolutely insane, which does serve as a warning sign for the upcoming bans for game number 2, as Nemiga instantly they take away the Tusk and the Hoodwink combination away from them. RE, they're gonna take away their own hero alongside with the enemy carry, so it's gonna be Lone Druid and the Necro being removed alongside with the all insane Drow Ranger, but you cannot pretty much ban everybody.
5 seconds
So,
remaining.
Shadow Fiend is gonna live through those primary ban phases, and he will appear on the side of RE alongside with Ogre Magic and Rubik as well as Axe. So very heavy on the aggression, and I don't think we have seen a Shadow Fiend game which, you know, has failed instantaneously. Like, he's always been very consistent, very strong in the early phases of the game, and he's able to destroy everything on his path if he has the right combination to work with. I do like the Axe for the setup, I do like the Rubik for the control, I do like the Ogre Magic for the buff, but I just want to see another mid laner being thrown in that can deal additional damage. Huskar is going to be taken out, which would have been a good choice to be bringing in, but there's still options such as, well, I want to say Invoker might be also interesting to see here, just so you can have that laning presence just a little bit stronger. Maybe you can even bring in, well, Ember would have been good, but there's also the Void option, which not a lot of teams opt in for, but he can definitely suffice that early aggression, which is much needed when you have an SF in play. As for Nemiga, it's gonna be Treant, Dawn, Lion, and Storm Spirit. I do love the Treant and Dawn combination for 2 reasons. You do have an insane amount of healing, and you have insane amounts of control. With the sneaky nature of the Treant Protector, you can easily find a couple of heroes farming about and minding their own business. Call the word, Dawnbreaker jumps in, you have the Overgrowth, and you can easily take them down. Ideally, that would be the case, but unfortunately, these spells are a little bit too late, so until you get them, it could be very difficult to keep up with RE. I do like the Lion, but this Morphling is feeling... I mean, long term, it could pay off for sure. I mean, it can grow to be insanely aggressive, but he feels a little bit off tempo from the rest. Again, Storm Spirit is going to be brought in for Young G, who does love the ongoing pressure, who does love the ongoing annoyances early on in the game, but in this scenario, I'm not really sure if he's going to get any of it. His counterpart is going to be the Death Prophet upon Ethereal, who, in contrast to the Keeper of the Light, she's a lot better at staying alive and being self-sustaining, especially with the Siphon life levels coming in. The Exorcism, insane for the push. Like, there's a lot of damage very early popping in for RE Arise, and I'm really scared that this might end up with a 2-0, ladies and gentlemen. Nemiga, they might have a 4 protect 1 strategy to get self-hate online after 30-40 minutes, but if they cannot withhold what RE have to bring in, it's going to be really tough. Because again, you have the buffs, you have insane right-click damage, you have an insane offlaner with great control, and you have a very pushy mid laner. Now, the laning stage, though, might be a little bit, you know, shaky to begin with, but RE, they can be a very committed team. We saw what happened in game number 1. They don't necessarily have those insane pick-off sort of supports, but they're complementing the SF way too much, which might turn into a problem. But if Nemiga buy themselves enough time, you can have the Dawnbreaker online to be absolutely insane, you can have the Storm Spirit as well. So there might be that little bit of a slither of hope if things get super prolonged, but again, the rise of the SF very early on, and he doesn't even need to get the Requiem of Souls. Like, even before he gets level 6, he's just absolutely annoying. Shadow Race, Feast of the Souls, just for that extra oomph, the presence of the Dark Lord as well for the armor reduction, and armor is not the strong suit for the entirety of Nemiga, yet they do have a very strong frontliner in the shape of the Treant Protector and Kovis 9 as the Dawnbreaker, which also translates into a very good healing output naturally from these two. But Self-Heat does not have any solid early damage. Yeah, you do have some control, Vortex, and some spikes in your favor along with some hexes, but it's a lot of control, it's a lot of, you know, lockdowns, but kill potential might be a little bit shaky. And I'm looking at the Storm Spirit again as that early tempo dictating sort of hero, because ultimately they can utilize Fishman to bring in Kovis 9, but you also have to have Young G actively on the move. But at the same time, you gotta leave Self-Heat alone, which also is a great pick-off potential for Arya Rise. And you don't want to have that, because, of course, it all comes down to this SF. And it feels like in these past couple of months of Dota, well, not necessarily months, but let's just call it like 2 or 3 weeks, ever since we got the multiple rebalancing patches, there's still these couple of heroes that feel like the days of old, who are insanely OP if they're just left to do whatever they want, and, you know, you just double down on that, and they can pretty much carry your entire game stronger than ever. The fact that SF, I mean, he used to be a signature hero pretty much ever since release. So, him receiving this sort of a double treatment from the Ogre Magi and with the Rubik, it could be absolutely insane. But let's see if they have the catch. Fishman right under vision. Anku, he's gonna spoil the surprise, but Nemiga, they're still lurking there. They have a couple of more heroes and they're completely outnumbering RE. Waveform Anku. They're gonna take the step back.
30 seconds to battle.
At the very least, you can argue. Space created. You are keeping everybody else busy. Now a smoke of their own. Regathering, regrouping with Ethereal. And they know they should be around the same portion of the map, so maybe they can go in for First Blood, maybe somebody can make a misstep. Even though First Blood potential, I mean, you do have a lot of burn damage from the Ignite, you do have the Battle Hunger as well. Crypt Swarm is gonna be brought in, and of course, we're waiting on the Rubik to make the final call. But I do assume if it is gonna be somebody just passing across this line over here, well, I cannot draw a line because the game is paused, he can easily draw somebody back. Fishman is not your ideal target, Aerial more likely, but if you can find a core, like maybe the Storm Spirit, because level 1 he's not going anywhere, it might make things a little bit better. But let's just wait it out. It's not a game if there's no pause in it. So let's see. Still lurking on high ground. 3 heroes smoked up. Fishman protecting the bounty. And Ariel on the side to throw the stun. Nicely done. Connects onto 2, but they still snatch the bounty. They keep on the commitment for Fishman with the swarm. He's dead as First Blood. Nicely done. 3 bounties. Well, actually, no. It's just 1 bounty. They did throw a... was it Kovis 9? Yeah, Kovis 9 for the take. So it's gonna be 1 additional bounty for Nemiga, but they're gonna lose the First Blood. And I thought Fishman was gonna be a little bit of a tougher cookie to crack, but it does prove to show. Having a hero starting off with 3 spells at level 1, who was not actually even present, it was just the rest of the crew doing their own bidding. So ultimately UI did lose the bounty to Kovis. But let's see what the laning stage has to bring in. Nice interception from Anisan, takes down Ariel's courier, and also lands a very nice double ignite to keep up with the harassment. He is gonna soak up some of that right-click damage from Ariel, but a very nice welcome camp block there. Control the resources, control the farm, control Kovis 9, even if your life is at stake. It's all for UI to get stronger and bigger. Ethereal. Well, maybe it was a little bit of a contest of dragging back the creeps, but so far he is looking quite good. He's got level 2, so Siphon is available to keep the ongoing harassment for Yangji and keep up with the trade, and you have the Swarm to make things easier for farm. But you gotta always time that ability, right? Because if you leave a couple of creeps way too low, Yangji is not gonna hesitate for the deny. Top side, waveform, keeping the harassment onto Fishman. Anku looking good. I mean, you can go about your way and ignore self-hate, but you also do have the kill potential if much needed. Telekinesis back, self-hate still popping by the Battle Hunger, but Anku, he does not have the taunt. Still, Nemiga keeps up the right-click damage onto Waveform, and the Rubik is now falling pretty low. He's gonna pop the blood grenade for the takedown, but this will lead for a kill for Anku. Fishman still within range. Actually, he's gonna burn by the Fate Bolt. Regardless, actually it's not gonna yield any curiosity stacks for the Rubik, but it's yet another kill onto the Treant, which means no experience, no big ultimate appearing in quite a long time. And bot lane, so far, just keeping up with the passive win. Mid lane also, there's been a lot of aggression between these two. But so far, nobody is dying. Thankfully, Youngji, he's got the long range support in terms of heals at the very least. Even if you're dying as the Treant, you can do some noble things, even when you're just going from the fountain from one end to the other. Top side, a lot of pings. They're looking for a Waveform potentially again, but it's gonna be Anku keeping the aggression onto Fishman. He's a slow target, he's got a lot of HP, but maybe we can take him down, but Self-Hate, he's like, no, I'm gonna take away this Lotus as well. You're gonna be on the suffering end, so you be careful with the next move you make. Regardless, Waveform, he is committed. They're gonna have the telekinesis in a split second, so maybe... No, actually, it's way too short of a range. Even at level 4 is just a little bit too little. I mean, it's not a glimpse at level 4, but it doesn't necessarily make that much of a difference. But thankfully, the spell does have additional attributes to it. The lift, the stun, the impact radius. So you're not necessarily suffering a lot since your reach is kind of horrendous. Down bottom, UI just actively chilling, killing. And as level 3s, level 4s are coming in, you're already dealing in a lot of damage. Ethereal close to level 5, trying to keep Youngji in check, finding the right balance between throwing the swarm and hurting your enemy. And it's looking tough for Youngji to stay alive. Of course, there's still that extra reach support, but Fishman cannot be 100% committed onto what's happening mid. He is much needed for his carry as well. Self-Hate so far not too shabby, but it's been quite tough for him to find the right balance between farming and staying alive, with, of course, all of the incoming pressure from the Axe. It would have been a lot more interesting to see an Axe and Ogre lane, but going in double melee might have hurt you on the long run, because, I mean, you would have been face-to-face directly actively and beating out Fishman for the kill, but you're just gonna turn into a target dummy for Self-Hate, and you don't want to allow that to happen, so rather go over the range that can have that extra control and one of the most toxic supports in the world currently, that being the Rubik. And also, he's making a move towards mid, so it does explain why Ethereal is feeling a little bit courageous. 7 more seconds until the minute 4 mark for
Your name
the runes. So let's see. All of them are back. And let's see what happens here. Youngji, he's gonna pop every single resource that he has. Stash the bottle temporarily. Waveform, he is arriving. They're dropping the deep vision. As Ethereal, he's just pretending to be calm and chill, not necessarily giving out the intel that there is a support lurking nearby. Meanwhile, Waveform, he's gonna take the long route, but Youngji, he's noticing this is way too much out of position, so I'd rather not contest this. Waveform still lingering on the side, but he still needs that reach. He's wasting a lot of time, but eventually he's gonna make the move. Takes him back into Ethereal's grasp. Instant Siphon live, but they used up everything and they don't get the execution on time. Still, they will lose a lot of experience and a lot of money for the Storm Spirit, but still, death would have been a lot better. He's gonna be walking all the way back.
that should help.
As you definitely do need that extra money for yourself, but ultimately you are wasting the same amount of time away from this hero. So Exorcism is getting closer. UI still at level 3 though. But things are ultimately too quiet. Top side though, we are having some action. Anku Waveform, with the absence of Fishman, who is looking for maybe some sort of a return kill, or at least a kill in their favor. Morphling is under siege. He's popping everything he has. He is shifting all the attributes to the max, but now he's out of mana, out of resources. Thankfully, Waveform is in the same state as well, and with nothing to regenerate. So, it is just gonna be time wasted for self-hate. As he ultimately needs to be careful because now he's super vulnerable. He needs to pop the agility to the max. And cooldowns are returning for both Anku and Waveform, so... But Fishman, he's still busy in mid lane. What's happening here? Ethereal, there's the first exorcism. Anisan closing in, they're pushing in, they're walking away with something here. Not sure if it's necessarily gonna be a kill. Tower might be a little bit tough because Fishman is doing the healing. Units are running low. They're gonna pop the fortification just to keep that catapult alive until the next creep wave arrives. Still, exorcism lasts for way too long of a time, so... As I said, Rune Eaters are not walk away from this one empty-handed. Even if Ethereal gets a couple of hits, Fishman attempt for the deny. Not today. Ultimately opening up the map a little bit further. Ethereal, he's venturing a little bit too far off. Dude, you got the win and you don't need to overextend, even though he found Fishman. There was a TP coming in, but there was also indeed a lot of hesitation because there's... Well, maybe that TP would have been cancelled out. Waveform, bad spot, bad position, lands into Kovis9's hammer, and he's dead and gone. He was looking to intercept the shrine, but actually it's gonna be space created time bot for UI to take it away. That's much needed experience for the Shadow Fiend as the Requiem is now present. Hammer, ooh, beautiful double strike, aerial from the high ground. They have UI in the lock, he's charging up, ready to pop. Fierce Fishman back, and down goes the tree. Kovis9 now in danger. She's got no way to fly. She's got the Lotus and the Wand if things get too tight. But now they're gonna turn around, an opportunity at hand. Anisan gets taken down. Beautiful Hex. UI still keeping on with the heavy hitting. He is courageous. He is shifting boots and oof. The long range catch, nicely done. They will get... Well, ultimately it's gonna be a 2-for-1 with a double shrine. But just keep up the tempo. So far, Nemiga are showing some grit. They are showing some return potential because they don't want to be shut down way too early on. But it's hard to dismiss what Rune Eaters have been doing so far. 4.7k, 4.3k, 3.7 onto the morph. And he's gonna need to do a lot more heavy lifting to get into a fighting shape. Even though farm-wise, it's not looking way too bad, but it is already about 20 last hits away from the SF. And SF, he's turning everything into profit right now. Mask of Madness is gonna be a big upgrade. Mask of Madness is not something that Morphling is able to get, so his bucket list is the Vlads, is the Monta. Meanwhile, ooh, Fishman. Bad place, bad time. Ethereal, they're gonna raise him up. They're gonna find all 5 here as they're already willing to be committed as a team. We need the damage, we need the push, we need the strength in numbers and early game toxicity that we have. And we're gonna pour in our resources elsewhere. Tower taken down. Well, Ethereal could have gone bottom to keep the pressure down bot, but they know Nemiga are at least retaining one portion of the map for themselves, and they might have good vision around. Which is the case. There is, you know, this mid lane rune, there's this triangle, not rune, my bad, observer ward being present. So if they want to fight them, they gotta go as a unit. They're not willing to give away this early advantage as easily. 3k, it's not absolutely insane. Like, I've seen freaking worse early games than this. But again, with a slow draft as Nemiga's, it might skyrocket soon enough. Kovis9, he finally has the Guardian. But that's just cute, because right now, you cannot necessarily use it. Meanwhile, mid lane, actually no, she's gonna use it as a nice catch. Ethereal gets caught up by Young G. Okay, that's a good opportunity. If the initiation is brought from the side by YoY, charging up once again, they are gonna get a return kill upon Young G. And can they get more? They don't have the extra reach. But yeah, forget the fact that UI is proactive. It is already giving you a light. Last tier 1 tower taken down all before the minute 10 mark. Well, actually, no, we're missing out on one. I thought last time it was the mid lane staying up last, so. But they're about to change that. They're gonna utilize this creep wave coming in, as they do have the catapult. And another creep wave coming in, but Nemiga, they might be looking to protect this, even though they don't have the Guardian available. And facing first into UI might be scary. Meanwhile, top attempts pings, a lot of pings onto Anku, as he's been keeping self-hate on a leash.
Dire's bottom tower
But they're not gonna do anything about it. Meanwhile, as anticipated, bottom under siege. Fortification will be used, but these guys, they're not scared. They're not gonna back off. We know what we have, and we're just gonna keep on going. We have the attack speed, and to make matters worse, this SF is about to multiply.
Dire's bottom tower
Anisan
has fallen.
going in for the ignite. But I do assume we're gonna be seeing the bloodlust a little bit focused up, because you're gonna need that oomph just a little bit sooner than later, even though, because they want to take Rouge, they want to breach high ground as soon as possible. Again, even with the impressive opener, RE are indeed on a short timer, and they gotta respect Nemiga's draft. Because everything you have, self-hate can turn against you. Anku, big overstep. He's gonna walk out from the Solar Guardian's reach, but can he stay long enough for the team to come back? He's standing 1v3. That was a lot of damage, but not good enough. Still, the rest of the team, they're sieging. They have the haste rune. Ethereal charging in, takes down Ariel. Not the same, you know, level of punishment, but they can be looking for more. If anybody decides to show up, or if they spot out somebody, as there's not a lot of super deep vision favoring RE. But that's that. They did lose Angu due to a misstep, but they did force out a couple of big ultimates in exchange. And they're still pressuring, they're still residing onto the dire side. Anku still looking for redemption. I'm not sure about this item prioritization on his end though. Like, the urn is great, but you're not necessarily super involved into team fighting, so maybe the blink would have been better as an opener and then going with the urn, just so you can have that extra presence. But you know, it's healing in question and anti-healing at the same time, so nothing too serious to worry about. Young G once again. Oh, he's gonna cancel it? I mean, I guess so. He did see that RE were retreating, so I'd rather stay positioned if they still want to keep on fighting, but that was scary for a second. Meanwhile, topside, Fishman gets caught out. Anku keeping up with the chase. He is 3 levels above the treant, and he knows there's no Dawnbreaker ultimate this time, so it might take me some time, but I'm gonna go for it. I want this guy dead and gone. I need those extra money for the Blink Dagger, but unfortunately, I'm just gonna walk away empty-handed. And yet with another big ultimate being used. So, no overgrowth for another minute and a half. And that means another minute and a half of we're gonna do whatever the hell we want. We're gonna take your wisdom, we're gonna take your shrines, we're gonna take your farm, we're gonna find your offlaner. Hello, Kovis9. And that was a little bit too scary. Waveform? If only he had the scepter upgrade right about now. It would have been great. The orb with the hammer. Waveform though, Ariel. A little bit on this position there. Ignite is gonna connect. Can they commit? Maybe. Will they? No. They're not overstepping. They are respecting the enemy team, as they still have. Well, it hasn't been an insane growth last time we saw it. They are at 5k net worth. Ethereal. Rod of Aegis with the Consecrated Rabs, going in for the Shivas right after. Axe, there's the Blink Dagger, finally obtained the hard way, without any kills. Well, without any kills in the past couple of minutes. He's gonna go for the Vessel upgrade, and for the Shard upgrade afterwards. Oh, big grab. Be careful when you're trying to cross the river. Watch the time, Anku, watch the time. Okay, let's check out the rest of the items. Waveform, going in for a double learn. Okay. I mean,
Radiant
does it
are
still work
scanning.
that you can have two urns at the same time? I don't think it used to. That's a little bit weird. I'll need to double check on that, but yeah, ultimately you are fighting against healing,
Is under
but
attack.
there are other items that you could have choose from a little bit sooner, which feels like a little bit of a mistake on the end of RERI's. Self-Cave Bloods is complete. That will bring you up to a little bit of a sustain. Now he's looking for the Manta, but first off, they're looking for a kill. Waveform gets caught out, thrown in, stunned down, and it's gonna take a bit. No, she's gonna get destroyed. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, they are using what intel they have to strike down Nemiga, but, well, they do have vision. So they're just gonna be scouted out. As they notice that Covis 9 is moving based on the deep vision that they have.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So yeah, Covis 9
Structures are fortified.
will just back off. They're doing their best to hinder RE. And so far it's looking like a success, but as they are at least closing in onto Ethereal in terms of net worth, but
Radiant's top tower
they're still gonna need to do a lot of heavy lifting. They still need to take down at least one tower. They at least need to be able to bring in a little bit of a bigger team fight, not just solo pickoffs here and there.
are scanning.
And at the same time, they might need to start considering contesting this Roche. This Exorcism with the Amplify, with the Bloodlust, with the Mask of Madness, it's gonna be enough to bring Roche down on his knees at 17 minutes in the game and give UI. Of course, it was not gonna be anybody else. You need UI to be alive and inflict as much pain as you can.
Tower is under attack.
Nemiga, they've been residing topside for quite a while. And finally, it's gonna be enough of an effort to take down the first tier 1 tower of the game, but
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's top
their counterparts are working for tier 2s up next, as they've been successful in pushing in mid and bot. One tower destroyed, looking for the other with the remainder of the Exorcism, but it's not gonna last long enough. Still, this tower is closing in on to 50% HP. UI, he does not have the range necessarily, but he does have the illusions to tank the incoming tower damage. And it's gonna be easy peasy for quite a while, but okay, thankfully the creep wave arrived. Backdoor protection is not gonna waste any of the time for RERI's. And they have about 4 more minutes of active harassment.
Radiant's top tower.
This is giving them some collective gains, but Nemiga, they're quiet. They're avoiding every single contact, and they're just working their way up towards bigger items because they know we have to stall this game. We have to stall this game as much as we can, but things are getting tough. 18 minutes in, you've lost 2 lanes. Well, high ground hasn't been breached, so you can be happy about that. But this is gonna be tough. Both teams smoked up, with Nemiga taking a little bit more of a courageous approach here. Eventually, Ethereal, one is gonna be broken. Instant catch is gonna be onto Fishman. They're trying to get a lock, at least onto multiple targets. Solar Guardian, everything used up on the Death Prophet. Ari, are you willing to fight after this? Apparently not, as they know. We may have baited out one. Actually, 2 ultimates. The Finger of Death was used up as well, but there's still the overgrowth that you have to respect. Still, they're gonna regroup, regain their efforts, and they are looking to make a strike. The first Fishman pickoff would have been great, but they didn't get the damage from UI on time. They jumped in, and, well, they pretty much hesitated that approach. Ethereal, however, he's gonna be back in no time, as it's still, you know, quite early in the game, so death timers are still not that high. But this time she's coming back with a vengeance, as the Exorcism is up online. In terms of the Nemiga ultimates, 45 seconds, 56. Overgrowth still up and operational. So we might as well continue where we left off. Anku, ooh, beautiful catch, and it's Waveform. Oh, he stole the big ultimate. Okay, this is why they were stalling, but this could be bad because Self-Hate, they needed UI for this. They're just gonna lose the Guardian like that. Excuse me, but where is UI? I'm just busy, guys. I just won the Storm Enter. Clearly a problem with communication here. Now better drink some water. Sorry. Yeah. This is why you gotta drink water, especially during summer. Because, I mean, especially as people get older, they dehydrate a lot faster than they think. Okay, that should be better. Hopefully I'm not gonna lose my voice because it's just day 2 of the season. And if I start getting sick, that's gonna be really fun. Okay, smoke up. Waveform gets caught up. Finger of death. Everything on the Rubik. Everything you got, but he's alive. Ethereal decides to join in. Well, where you guys failed, this is where we're gonna commit. Aerial dead and gone. They are looking to push in a little bit more. They have 1 more minute left remaining. Anku with a catch. Ooh, it's gonna be Fishman. Nice. He's trying to TP out. Can they stop this? Nope. Unfortunately not. Telekinesis on cooldown. The roar got used up and the fire blast was very much out of range. I mean, do you still build it? Yeah, I mean, this is the same good old scepter upgrade from before. I mean, it's been the unrefined fire blasts for ages. But do you want to prioritize it is, again, the big question. Maybe in the later stages of the game, once we have the Lotuses, the Lincolns, and everything else appearing. Lincolns is definitely gonna be a big item for this Morth. But now he's done with his farming items. He wants to have his fighting arm items up and available. He's gonna go for the Hydra's Breath first, and complemented with a Scotty. Meanwhile, last tier 2 tower has fallen. UI, he doesn't have additional time to reach high ground, but he's got enough time to find Young G. This time it's gonna be enough. The damage is sufficient, the lockdown is on point. And the problem here with RE is the fact that they gotta find as a collective. Obviously in the previous circumstances where Anku has jumped in with just 1 support, it's not enough because you're either lacking the damage or you're lacking the lockdown. When UI jumps in without either the Ogre or with the Rubik, it's gonna be tough and your targets can't escape. We have seen multiple teleports going through. But once you get everything together, once you balance out your impact, it's looking a lot better. Self-hate gets caught up. They have him broken, they have him stunned. The Solar Guardian has been baited, they're moving out of range, but Ethereal still gets caught up, and he did pop the Exorcism. Siphoned up, he's up alive and well. Fishman, he went in for the setup. The overgrowth was present, but everything was popped at the same time. You needed to balance out these big ultimates, as nobody will die on the end of RE. Aegis or not, we are willing to push in. 23 minutes in with 11k net worth. We still have a quarter of the duration of the Exorcism, which is going to be enough with the damage combined from UI to take down the top tier 3 tower. And let's go ahead for the Rex. We still have the damage. We're still pumping. Do we have a little bit more for these melees? Not from the Exorcism, but the right click is still there. They're going to use this though. They want to punish, but they're going to get instantly punished back because don't forget about Anku. UI is the one with the damage, but Anku is the one with the lockdown. Clovis 9. Jumping in, they're silenced up. Beautiful AoE setup for Ethereal, but he's got to be careful because, well, Self-Hate has gotten a little bit stronger, but a couple of swift moves away, he's gonna be fine. Fishman, caught up, dead and gone. 3 out, alongside with the top racks. Well, now that we have a little bit less of a challenge, why don't we go for more? They're exhausted, even though they're in base, but they cannot really do much. What we have in store, we can still deliver with it because we still have the Requiem, we still have the Dunk available, and they're scared. The net worth has increased by 4k in the past 2 minutes due to mainly the instant falling down of these racks. Mid lane is now cleared up. Self-Hate, he's doing whatever he can to, I don't know, just boo them away, shoo them away. Keep them out of his lawn, but now they're just gonna temporarily reset. The fact that they have the entire bottom lane still standing, it is gonna be enough. I mean, it's gonna take them a little bit of time to push back the creep wave. But still, Nemiga, they are locked in base. Again, same scenario as game number 1, but this time with a far more impactful and far more painful of a hero compared to the Lone Droid. Previous game, it was just a matter of time. Either it's gonna be the Lone or it's gonna be the Necro getting online, with Lone having the little bit more stronger of an early game potential and then just throwing in the bear alongside with the Eidolons from Anku. This time, we're just going face first. We're just gonna bash you in every single time we have the chance to do so. And before you know it, it's gonna be all over. UI on the hunt. He is looking for somebody, Youngji. He doesn't necessarily want to overextend, even though he does not have a lot of vision. Anku, nice catch, finds Ariel. Oh, they find Fishman, instantly broken and melted. This guy was supposed to be tanky, I reckon, but I guess it's not the case. Yo, why? Mask of Madness. Freaking Butterfly, Falcon Blade, Silver Age, Menta Style. Again, the Exorcism, up and online. And we're gonna use it. We're gonna clean up your base this time for real. You don't have a fortification, you got nothing, you don't have supports. So, you're either gonna go in,
Dire's bottom barracks.
or you're just gonna have to accept that you're losing this game. Megas have been secured. Ethereal, with the Rod, they're trying to keep up the harassment onto Southgate. But even if they're not getting into a team fight right about now, they've still cleaned up a lot, and they're going in for these little side objectives for the extra money. Solar Guardian popped up, they have a lock. Ooh, onto the Fiends. He's gonna fall, but another steal, second time in a row. Waveform, this time he connects with 4. This is absolutely insane. And they don't even need the extra damage. They have the rest of the crew. They have Ethereal, they have Waveform, they have Anku. Now the buybacks are coming in. Ariel and Fishman, they have returned among the living. They're utilizing whatever defense they have, because they realized if your Y had the buyback, he would have bought back already. And they're looking for punishment, but Anku, oh, that 3-man call. They have self-hate taken down, locked away, taken out of the game as he calls GG. A beautiful 2-0 victory coming in for RE Arise, previously known as HYDRA. And I didn't have the chance to say this earlier, but I love how a lot of the tier 1 casters were struggling with calling out the proper name of HYDRA, but you know, apparently that's gonna be ancient history, as they are gonna be RE. Well, re-arising pretty much out of the flames and keeping up with a beautiful, beautiful victory. I mean, it was pressure all along. There was absolutely nothing Nemiga could have done here. They were doing their best efforts to stall this game to a maximum, but I don't know, like, any other carry would have been better to have this, like, semi-proactive sort of a presence, but the Spectre was out, the Husker was out, the Drow was out. Morphling was your last resort, because you want to keep in range, you want to keep away from the SF, but I don't know, like, maybe, I don't want to say Luna would have been better, because she's